Hello. Lúc mạnh. Hôm nay không khỏe nữa. Đó, hôm nay tôi phải lên mua đồ xíu. Cái hình tôi vẽ không thì không có nhìn ra được á. Nên là tôi muốn vẽ đúng phối cảnh, cho nên là giờ phải ngồi gọi là lên model lên cái khung á, cái khung xương bằng 3D trước. Quăng rồi. Như cái hình vẽ hôm qua thì tôi đã làm xong cái đuôi xe ngựa, để sketch ra cái đuôi xe ngựa. Giờ tôi phải ngồi dùng 3D để làm cái khung xương, để mới lấy được phối cảnh á, lấy cái phối cảnh để mà để vô cho nó đúng. Nhưng mà để làm được như thế thì phải dùng đến 3D. Giờ tôi sẽ làm nguyên cái cổ xe ngựa trên 3D. Nhưng mà tôi đang lưu file tí. Mình để ở đâu nhỉ? Blender. Nghe hay đó nhưng mà không hiểu gì cả. Khó nói. Tôi làm rồi sẽ biết thôi. Vô làm thì biết thôi. Ra model đó tôi bị phân tâm lắm. Nó rất là tốn não. Mở cái gì đó nghe chứ không mở mở đại cái gì đó nghe chứ. Rồi, rồi mở cái gì ta? Gì lạ vậy hả? Hôm nay chị sẽ làm 3D một tí. Hôm nay là sẽ vẽ dùng 3D, nếu mà như làm 3D nhanh để mà thì sau đó mới vô vẽ. Đang mọi người đợi tí nha. Tôi nghĩ là tôi sẽ mở cái gì đó coi trong khi làm. Treo máy đây à? Ok, 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 hello nha. Đây tôi sẽ mở đại cái gì đó.
Really belongs into a museum.
Đây, cái này gọi là 15 lần chạm trán những thứ, những thực thể kỳ lạ. Đây tôi sẽ mở coi cái này rồi đó, tôi sẽ để bên cạnh. Cái này chắc không có bị bản quyền đâu đúng không ta? Đâu để coi cái này, kênh nào để không bị bản quyền. Kênh này không có tích. Ok, kênh này không có dấu tích, cho nên chúng ta sẽ không bị đánh bản quyền. Đây, đây để cái màn hình nhỏ nhỏ lại. Để chốt chỉnh lại sơ sơ ra. Hello Phân, không có ai để nói chuyện hơi chán hả? Sao? Em trai của tôi. Hôm nay em trai của tôi có chuyện gì mà chán? Mình hôm nay là tại khách duyệt cái bản sketch của tôi rồi, cho nên là tôi sẽ ờ, chuyển qua làm 3D tí, bởi vì cái background nó khá là khó, là một cái cổ xe ngựa rất là to mà tôi tìm trên mạng thì không có cái kiểu mà tôi cần, nên là tôi sẽ ngồi tôi làm cái khung một tí xíu, tôi nghịch cái khung một tí xíu, sau đó mới vô máy vẽ. Trong lúc đó thì thật ra là tại làm 3D thì tôi không thể nào tập trung được, nên là tôi phải mở cái gì đó hay hay tôi ngồi tôi xem phim tao phóng sự hay cái gì đó. Cái này là tiếng AI thì phải, nếu là tiếng AI thì chắc không sao thật.
Real footage of explorers who stumbled upon secrets that some places were trying to hide. In 2020, two urban explorers entered the basement of an abandoned hospital in East St. Louis, Illinois, that had been shut down since 2011 due to millions of dollars in annual losses. The hospital originally opened in 1890 and went through multiple name changes over the decades before finally closing its doors for good. The explorers were hoping to find the morgue, but what they actually discovered down there was something neither of them were prepared for.
And outside that, these lights are bright, but it says, to St. Joseph's Hospital, Dan colon needs to fix cut on Tuesday. Dr. Powers already grossly described it.
Alright guys, that's a little preview of what's coming up in this video. It's a long video. It's meant to give you the full experience of exploring the basement of an abandoned hospital.
The basement was massive and maze-like with endless corridors, biohazard signs on almost every door, chemical storage warnings, flooded hallways, and an elevator shaft completely filled with water. They kept getting turned around because the place just never ended.
See all the water? This place is humid. You can see all the water on the glass and dripping from everything. And I keep hearing noises out in front of me. This place is weird. It's almost like it's haunted or something. Whoa. This area's kind of wet, dude. Caution, contains ethylene oxide, cancer, and reproductive hazard. TriStar.
The deeper they went, the worse the conditions got. Water was dripping from every surface, the humidity was fogging up their cameras, and the air quality was bad enough that they were grateful to be wearing respirators.
Holy cow, dude. Be careful down here. Here's a giant biohazard container. Here's a giant biohazard. Full of syringes, dude. It's a sharps container. This place is nuts. This looks like part of something for heating, like an autoclave or...
They found giant biohazard containers, chemical storage closets with poison warnings, and signs referencing everything from cancer-causing agents to blood-borne pathogens, and they started to realize this basement was not a place anyone should be walking through.
Did you say this was part of the kitchen? No, it started to be something else. Look at all the caution and poison signs. Attention employees, please close doors very
Các bệnh viện bỏ hoang. Đi thẳng đến chỗ nhà xác. Cũng rảnh dữ à.
Hazardous, dirty, like surgical and bloody rags and stuff.
Ôi gì kinh quá.
No eating or drinking in this area. No eating or drinking. Dude, you wouldn't catch me eating or drinking down here.
Năm sáu này, năm sáu.
Out of where?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 với 2 là 12 à? Ui 12 cạnh. 12 cạnh. Mày hơi nhỏ để mà tính được là 12 cạnh. Không thấy Phúc với Yui hơi buồn á. Chắc mấy bạn đi học rồi em ơi. Họ tìm thấy body. Họ tìm thấy body cho mọi người. Ui má ơi. Đúng cái đám rảnh rồi.
Are to be placed in body bags due to risk of blood-borne pathogen exposures during transport into the building and in the morgue per infection prevention department. Thank you for being conscious of everyone's safety.
12 cạnh.
Here's the thing where they're... There's the, where they have the body tray. Yeah, man. I told you, you wanted to go up. I was like, no, sir. Not till I find that morgue. This is the first time we've found and identified the dang morgue in a hospital. You know what I mean?
They found the
Làm gì
trays where
vậy?
bodies had been
À, chị
stored
đang
and
làm
a
cái cổ xe
chalkboard
đua
on the
ngựa,
wall with a list of
cổ
words
xe
written
đua
on it that made both
đua
of them
ngựa người
stop
sao
and
đi.
stare.
Here's microbiology, dude. Let's go back.
Đua quay ngựa giống khu trò chơi á.
Brain, liver.
6 cạnh. Đang đếm cạnh nha. Rồi 3, 4. Đây là 3.
That's not a good chalkboard, dude.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Oh, that's an eraser, man.
Này có mới có 8.
I was gonna put our names on it.
8 à. Để chút đi coi thử.
That's pretty cool.
Saitoh.
Hey, guess what this is? I think this would have been the county coroner's office. So this would have probably been the county coroner's office. Not much in here, but the emblem on the door was cool.
Then they found a sealed container that had been sitting in the unrefrigerated basement since the hospital closed over a decade ago. They had no idea what was inside, and when they finally opened it, the reaction from both of them tells you everything you need to know.
Đâu mở ra, họ nói rằng họ mở ra một cái gì đó được bị niêm phong lại, một cái hộp bị niêm phong. Ủa mở ra cái gì? Mở ra cái gì mà thay đổi thế giới vậy?
Here, back my camera up a little. So we get an overall view. Dude, I need 2 gloves, man. We have no clue what is in this. There's some suspense. Dude. Oh my god. Dude. Oh my god. It's organs. It's real. It is. Dude. Oh my god. Dude. Oh. Is that a kid? This is a real kidney. It is. Dude, we found a real kidney in a hospital. Dude.
Oh. À, một cái Ui, kinh phết. Một lũ rảnh rỗi đi vô bệnh viện. Xong chắc là phim
What was
tự nhiên
inside that container had been decomposing for over 10 years with no
Out Story.
refrigeration, and it wasn't
Vài
the
ngày
only
sau
one down there.
tôi cảm thấy cơ thể mình như có một thực thể nào đó bám trên lưng. Tự nhiên đi vô được 2 đứa, nhiên đi 2 đứa này, đi 2 đứa chắc về thêm được 5-6 người đi cùng. Đi 2 được 3, đi 2 được 4 gì đó. Quá đã.
Dude, that's nasty. All right, back it up, man. All right. Here, I'm gonna let you look at it. Dude, there's more organs, dude.
They started finding more containers scattered across the floor, some of them knocked over and spilled across the hallway, and that's when they realized something about the water they had been walking through the entire time that made one of them nearly throw up on the spot.
Oh. Dude, it's human tissues, man. What the heck is going on? Dude, why did this hospital just leave people's organs laying in the building?
12. Sao mình không nghĩ ra nhỉ? Má ơi, ngu thật. Xong rồi qua cái này. Slot. Ủa. Tự nhiên Blender bị tắt là sao? Khó hiểu.
Dude, this whole floor is soaked with organs, man.
The whole floor of the morgue was soaked in something that had been leaking out of those containers for over a decade, and they had been stepping through it without knowing.
Dude, is that a kidney? I don't know, man. It's freaking gross, dude. Dude, I'm freaking really grossed out, man. I'm about to throw up. The first one. Yeah, but this one, dude. I think it's in here. Okay. Maybe. Well, we're back on this side of the hospital, so you're right. See? I can't see anything, man.
They got out as fast as they could, but the questions this raised are still unanswered. The hospital had been looted of every piece of metal and anything of value, but what was in those containers was left behind, and someone had scattered them down the hallway, and nobody knows who or why. In 2026, urban explorer Urbex Hill went into several abandoned houses
Xe đua
in
ngược.
East Cleveland, Ohio, and what he found
Cái
inside
vấn
them
đề
got
tôi đang gặp ở đây
progressively
chính
worse
là
with each building he entered. The
tôi đang bị
first was the
quên
historic
cách
DeBow
làm.
House, built in 1904, which operated
Quên,
as a
ấn
tourist
số
home in
2.
the
Đây,
mid-1900s
sau đó
and
look
later became a
guess.
daycare and preschool until the year 2000 before being abandoned and handed over to the city.
Look
The house was
slide.
completely destroyed inside, but the real concern
Tôi
started
đang
when
bị
he
quên
noticed
lệnh.
bones scattered across the floor in multiple rooms and had no immediate explanation for what they came from. He kept exploring and found a bed that looked strangely fresh compared to everything else in the house, like someone had been sleeping in it recently, which meant whoever was using it could come back at any time.
Ủa, đợt nãy tôi thấy chat nó không hiện vậy hả? Không hiện là sao? Vẫn bình thường mà.
That's kind of strange.
Đừng chat bậy quá, YouTube sẽ lọc. Có thể. UH. Tôi quên lệnh rồi. Chết thì. Chết thật đi. Quên lệnh rồi.
Can't open the door. It's a bed somebody probably sleeps.
Then the smell hit him. Something deep in the house was giving off a stench that got worse with every room, and when he finally found the source,
Nói rằng
his
là
reaction
họ
tells you
ngửi thấy một cái
everything
mùi rất
before
là
the
kinh
camera
khủng trong
even
cái căn
shows
nhà
it.
đó. Mùi gì? Đừng nói phát hiện thêm một body nữa nhé.
Look at that.
Tự hiện tượng siêu nhiên, coi chú tiền ba cái gì bay bằng mấy cái gì mà body không vậy trời. Look at the slide. Đây là cái này. À, đây.
Oh my god.
Ok, vậy là đúng rồi.
That
Check
scared
và đấy.
the out of me.
À, đúng rồi, chính xác.
Oh, it's a dog.
Tính ra cổ xe đun này cũng dễ mà nhỉ. Ui, dễ phết đó chứ. Vậy có thể mình làm nhanh được đó mọi người. Cổ xe đun ngựa khá là dễ.
The bones scattered throughout the house suddenly made a lot more sense after that discovery, and he got out of there as fast as he could.
I bet those are dog bones.
YouTube xem là tin nhắn rác nên cho bay rồi à. Có vài trường hợp là có thể nó viết trúng cái từ gì đó không hợp lệ nó vậy á. Thực ra là không biết nữa. Chứ chị đang làm việc cái này mà thì đang làm việc thế này mà thì tôi đâu có rảnh đâu mà tôi xóa chị.
Reluctantly exploring this place. 'Cause this shit is nasty.
Dạ, cái khung này khó nhờ. Khung này khó nè.
I would explore the basement, but it's a big ass spider right there. And something's down there. Probably
Ôi,
a
tiếng
dog.
gì ở dưới?
Fuck out.
Ui, có tiếng gì á. Ôi, cái nhà đó có tiếng con gì đó. Nó kêu gừ gừ. Hay là bọn này diễn vậy?
The second house he entered was even worse in a different way. The moment he stepped inside, he could smell something burning that he immediately recognized. And there were obvious signs that people were actively using this place
Thấy mùi
for things
khét.
nobody wants to walk in on.
Oh my god. Someone's smoking.
Tôi thấy mùi khét ở trong cái nhà này.
I can smell it.
I can smell it.
This is like an abandoned house.
He made his way upstairs not knowing if someone was still inside, and every room he checked was covered in filth, with evidence that people had been living and doing things in there that turned his stomach.
This is table, obviously. Like kids and use this place. This is awful. Oh my god. It's crazy to think that people stay in here. Like homeless people, I mean.
The last house had children's toys scattered among the wreckage, and the floors were caving in so badly he couldn't even cross some of the rooms. He said the saddest part was that this place probably hadn't even been abandoned that long, maybe just a couple of years, and kids had once lived there.
It's really sad when you see kids' toys. It's like you just know kids used to live here. And now, look at this place. And I bet it hasn't even been abandoned that long. Probably just a couple years. That's the sad part about this.
3 abandoned houses in one neighborhood, each one hiding something worse than the last, and all of them sitting wide open in a city where nobody is coming to tear them down. In 2022, Urbex Hill went back to explore a building he had been to before, a place he called the back rooms. The first time he visited, something happened that made him physically sick, and this time, he came back with an infrared camera, hoping to catch whatever was inside.
I'm back. And this is probably a very bad idea. I got my IR camera set up downstairs, just like last time.
Quay này hình như có cái chỏm trên nắp nó thì phải. Rồi, cho cái chỏm vô nữa ra.
I'm just gonna follow the same path as last time. Oh man. Wish me luck. This is where they dump all the garbage. It's a weird noise in this room.
The basement was filled with garbage, satanic symbols drawn on the walls, and tunnels that had been mysteriously blocked off with dirt for reasons nobody could explain. The temperature inside certain rooms dropped so drastically that you could see his breath on camera, but the moment he stepped back into the hallway, it was gone.
I mean, you got like this on the wall. Like, if that's not creepy enough, then the building's haunted with a satanic star.
Họ đang khám phá một cái đường hầm cũ.
really want to know what this was used for.
Không biết, ông này ông đang coi thử cái đường này dẫn đi đâu.
Man, that is creepy looking. Oh, look at that big ass centipede. This tunnel is very creepy. Oh, I should set the IR camera up in here. That would be a good spot to set the IR camera up at.
Người lạ vậy. Người lạ gì cơ?
They
What?
blocked this off with dirt. Why did they block it off with dirt? I really wish I knew.
He kept hearing sounds throughout the building, shuffling feet, what sounded like voices echoing through the corridors, and at one point something that sounded like a gunshot. Then something happened on the upper floor that made his heart stop.
Damn. You hear that? That sounded like a shot. I need to buy more IR cameras and just put them in every corridor of this building, for real. And just leave. I mean, I don't want to just leave completely because somebody can come steal my stuff, but just let them record. What the hell is that? Something.
Trừ Hùng Nguyễn. Trừ Hùng Nguyễn với Kim Noan thì không quen ai á hả?
I know y'all heard that.
Trước lạ sao quen? À.
That scared the shit out of me.
Tôi nghĩ là
I do have my
tôi phải copy con ngựa vô mới được. Lên kiếm con ngựa copy vô mới được.
He tried to tell himself it was just an animal, but after what happened during his last visit, he wasn't convinced. He had his gun on him just in case, and the fact that he felt the need to mention that tells you everything
Kiếm con
about how
ngựa
this
low
building
poly
made
thì
him
chắc
feel.
là cũng không đến nỗi bị lắc đâu hay. Rồi. Horse. Toy.
Yo, that scared the out of me. And I would chalk it up to an animal, but not after what happened last time. I don't know.
Low poly.
There's the grate. This big ass box just fell on this grate. Maybe it fell from up there. Oh my god, my heart's racing. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna put the IR camera.
Then later, while he was exploring another section of the building, something happened that he couldn't explain at all.
Those gotta be raccoons.
Đi vòng vòng thêm chút nữa thì ông phát hiện cái gì đó không thể giải thích được. Wow, phát hiện cái gì? Diễn không phải cha nội, sao nhìn giống diễn vậy? À, tôi kiếm ra con ngựa rồi mọi người ạ. Ok ok, kiếm được con ngựa rồi, kiếm được con ngựa rồi. Hay quá, ủa không được tải về. Sao cho tải? Kiếm được con ngựa nhưng không được tải về. Why? Lên kiếm con ngựa, kiếm ra rồi nhưng mà không được tải về. Keo kiệt hết. Vậy là tình huống xấu nhất tôi phải ngồi scoop con ngựa mọi người ạ. Thì tình hình là tôi phải ngồi làm hẳn một con ngựa rồi. Rồi xong không có một sự miễn phí nào ở đây cả. Thôi rồi tôi phải ngồi luộc lên một con ngựa coi. Tầm hình như tôi phải ngồi chút ra một con ngựa chứ không có sẵn, rất là cháy. Rồi có cái xếp là nhìn đẹp đẹp hơn tí rồi. Ghê vậy, what the fuck happened? Đâu để coi thử cái gì happen rồi. À, tôi kiếm được con ngựa khác nhìn đẹp hơn. Rồi tôi quyết định sẽ lấy con ngựa này. Con ngựa này nhìn rất là cute, tôi sẽ lấy. Không cho tải về. Thật luôn à? Cái hình này có cái gì đâu mà không cho tải về ta? Tìm được cái hình đẹp hơn nhưng mà nó không cho tải. Chán thật sự.
Whatever is inside that building, he's been there twice now, and both times something made it very clear he wasn't
Thấy
welcome.
không? Thấy không?
In 2025, urban explorer Bearded Reality
Trông có hơi
finally
Photoshop
got
đó nhỉ?
inside a morgue hidden in the forest that he had been trying to access for years. On his first attempt years earlier, the entire place was sealed
Vậy
shut,
là
but
có
when he
một cái
came
thực
back
thể
this
gì
time,
đó ở
someone had ripped
trong
open part of
đó.
the fencing that had been put up to keep people out. The morgue was tucked behind an admin building that had been boarded up and surrounded by new security measures. But none of it was enough to keep them out this time. They squeezed through the gap and stepped inside a place that had been sitting untouched for roughly 2 decades.
Wow. Broken down the tree.
Mày chui nhà chán rồi
Next
như
level.
đi vô rừng à. Hay là chắc ông khác, một ông khác đi vô rừng.
Oh, could I? Well, I can see it. I can see somewhere somebody's ripped it off. There, do you see it?
Got some pictures out, can't we? Hey, still got
I think. Could I do that? How fat am I? Oh,
still got pictures.
so we're inside. Years in the making. Jeez. I do love a good slam, me. This one doesn't have the rivets though.
The first thing they found was the slab, a metal table with a drain and a plug hole where the blood from bodies would flow out and travel down into a drainage system below. They followed the path the blood would take and traced it all the way down to where it collected underneath, and the residue of what had drained through that system over the years was still
Mình thấy
visible.
siro.
Yeah. This one doesn't have the rivets though. So, do you know when the light? So we have a body, yeah. So your body's going to drain and pull.
Nói rằng cái đó hình như là đặt lên được một cái body người có thể nằm ở trên đó.
Spin down. Just down this plug hole here. Whereas some of them, different ones, so the older ones, will just have rivets going down so the blood can drain from the body. Okay. Yeah. And there's the drain there, so it's nothing super fancy. It's actually quite morbid, but you see there's the plug in the drain and then it'd go.
Tôi đang tìm kiếm một con ngựa phù hợp nha mọi người.
Would drain over
Chứ
here.
con ngựa tôi có về nó nhìn nó hơi ngu.
Yeah. All the way down here and down there, so that's where your blood would be. So there'll probably be like all remnants of blood just going down there. Creepy, though, isn't it? I love it.
Then they opened the body fridges. The compartments where corpses were stored before burial still had pillows inside, and the drain lines running through each one were stained with decades worth of what had leaked from the bodies that were kept in there.
Is that where people's heads have been on?
Yeah.
Oh my god.
So, like you said, you slam them in. See, do you see the balance on it? So you have to hold, and you pull out, look at your guy. So, I think it's the other way around, is it? So the pillows would be on the opposite. So this is for a picture. Somebody's done that for a picture.
What's this, a coffin here?
Not a coffin. It's just tools, isn't it? But yeah, so what you do, you'd have the pillow on the other side and you come out and you see feet, don't you?
Oh, is it the feet of this hand?
No, actually, maybe not. Am I thinking American? It wouldn't.
Dad had
Wait.
been on that pillow.
Well, yeah, but I was just thinking, actually, it doesn't have balance, does it? Or is that one broken? No, look, it doesn't have balance.
Does nobody want to touch it?
No, but it doesn't have balance. So that means the head would be here. Do you see the drain thing, though? The drain line. So that's all blood
Oh my god.
body stuff.
This is weird. They were reaching off the wall. Anyway.
Ugh, that's awful. Yeah. That's a bit mank, that. Yeah, shower to wash yourself with afterwards, but touching bodies all day. Yeah. Well, the bodies are not going to wash themselves, are they? Now look, you've got your clinical waste bags.
Deeper inside, they found clinical waste bags marked for incineration, a newspaper dated 2005, which appeared to be the last sign of activity, and a small room set up with chairs facing a curtained window that looked into the embalming area, a waiting room where families would sit while their loved ones were being processed on the other side of the glass.
Oh my god, there's a church.
Oh, wait, look!
There's a church in here.
Yeah. You'd pray, wouldn't you? What's that then? Unless it's just like a table? Yeah, creepy, man. Well, think about it. Like you come, some people they'd be dropping off their bodies and stuff like that, and they'd be coming to pray. So this is quite old.
I don't think I'd want to sit in here with my dad's relative next door on the slab.
I don't think this isn't a church. You're just thinking that they'd have had that. This is a waiting room.
For who?
To find details out. The morgue, you'd have your chairs lined up. So somebody'd come, you talk to your mortician, arrange funeral stuff, I suppose. Because it was work different then. I don't think they had like proper funeral.
Kỳ dữ nhờ.
Your mortician is your mortician, isn't he? Would he sort it out?
Ai là này giống như là cuộc hội
15, 20 years now, isn't it?
gì giống như cái
But yeah, whoever
hội
said
Đức
that
Thánh
was
Chúa
actually
Trời á.
pretty creepy.
Yeah, no shit.
It's pretty creepy. Good
There
though.
was a chair, a little. Oh God.
Yeah, you have your mortician and you'd work and you'd close it off, look, wouldn't you?
They looked inside every body fridge and found one of them still had a green bag inside it, and the
Họ
staining
nói
at the
rằng
bottom
có
of
một
the
cái tủ
compartments told a
của
story
body ở
about the
đây.
thousands of bodies that had passed through this building before it was abandoned
What?
and left to rot in the middle of a forest.
What?
Body fridges, they are freaky. Imagine, this is where you're going to end up, guys. One day.
Ai nghe được không? Họ nói rằng có cả chục cái body đã ở trong cái ngôi nhà này cho đến khi nó được chôn ở trong rừng. What the hell? Này là hiện trường vụ án hả? Vậy mấy ông này chắc là cảnh sát quá, mấy ông này chắc là cảnh sát rồi. Vậy là phát hiện xác trước, sau đó mới phát hiện cái nhà này á hả? Chắc cái này buôn người quá, buôn nội tạng kiểu quá.
The mortician's reception area still had an old phone on the desk and a sliding window with a curtain that could be closed so that families wouldn't have to see what was happening on the other side.
Just want to make sure we've not missed it.
Family?
I missed this though, the old phone. Man, that's old.
Này là người dân phát hiện cho phải cảnh sát hả?
Checking a body. Oh, again, yeah. So, Mr. Mortician be working. That's awesome. Oh, that's awesome. Look at that.
What is it?
Well, it's the old curtain. So, like you said, Mr. Mortician.
Oh, curtain. Cái rèm cũ. Rồi trong đó là cái gì?
Not a church.
Well, I like to call it a
Một căn phòng khác nữa hả?
Look at the way that they blind it off. Look.
So this is where you sit.
That's cool.
Ui, mấy cái nhà cổ bên nước ngoài nhìn ghê quá vậy.
Embalmed. You sit and you wait.
Well, maybe to find out details or something.
In here.
And look, yeah. So when Mr. Mortician was working, he'd lock it up. You see? Yeah.
I don't know what's worse, that table or this little room.
Well, I mean, like, look at that. So you'd come in,
Oh my God, you locked us in.
you'd come in, look, and you wouldn't be able to tell. You wouldn't be able to tell what's going on there. That's the point that you don't want to see. But yeah.
2 decades of sitting empty, and the drains, the slabs, and the fridges still carry the evidence of every single person who was laid on them. In 2021, an urban explorer entered an abandoned hospital in a small town that had been closed since around 2013.
Gọi là
The
người
town
dân,
was so
người
small
địa
and
phương.
remote that
Người
when the
địa phương
hospital
phát
shut
hiện ra
down,
một
nobody came to clean it out, and everything was
một
left
ngôi
exactly
nhà
where it was the day
bỏ
the
hoang.
last person walked out. The first thing he noticed was blood on the walls and doors of the entrance rooms. He tried to tell himself it was probably fake, maybe from a Halloween attraction the
Mọi người nghe
hospital
kịp
had
không? Mọi
tried
người
to
nghe
run
kịp
to
không?
raise money before it closed. But the deeper he went, the harder that became to believe.
Họ nói là cái nhà này bỏ hoang nhưng mà đồ dùng mọi thứ các kiểu, rồi thậm chí cả siro rồi mấy cái vệt gì này kia, rồi đó mọi người thấy siro không? Ui ôi, rồi đó, rồi còn thêm mấy cái hình ảnh chụp gì đó nữa là rải rác khắp nơi. Ui, chụp. Chắc cái vụ này lâu rồi chứ hả? Cái này chắc là một vụ án nào đó, xong người dân báo cáo. Nhỏ, ông này là người dân địa phương nè. Ui ôi, còn nguyên luôn đây nè. Khiếp. Fake á, nhìn real muốn chết, fake mẹ vậy. Ui, này giống mọi người có nghe đến cái Red Room không?
So it's pretty weird. And there's more mannequins over here on the floor. What could have been a possibility was that this was a Halloween attraction to try to gain money from the hospital, for the hospital, but
Tôi nghĩ cái này không phải là fake đâu, bởi vì nó thật sự quá nhiều đồ dùng nếu mà fake á.
up on the wall, which is pretty nice. And then a bit broken glass and some tools and bags and stuff. So I don't really expect all the rooms to have something, but there definitely are gonna be a big handful of rooms that do have stuff inside of them. So that looks like it goes to the first floor. We'll go check that out after.
Nơi ghế nha, nơi ghế nha
For
trời.
now, let's check out the second floor. And this looks like it would have been a lobby. Of course, a lot of blood on the walls. Some writing, can't really make out what it says. But this would have been the main lobby. Someone would have sat here, told you where to go.
Surgical beds were still set up in the rooms, mannequins were lying on the floor, and biohazard bags were sitting right where they had been left years earlier.
Oh, guys, check out this room though. This room right here looks very mint right here. Take a look at this, guys. Everything is still left behind here and everything is still set up as well. There's a nice surgical bed right here, a bunch of crutches leaning up on it. And there's a poster of the human body on it as well. There's one on the walls as well. It looks like an interactive or like a 3D poster too. So there's stuff coming out of it. That's pretty interesting. And of course, a nice sink to wash your hands. And down here, guys, take a look at some biohazard bag. Ooh, that's pretty spooky. There's a few bottles, empty bottles of that one is gel. But this room definitely is pretty mint. I'm liking this room a lot.
Then he found one of the
Trời
operating
ơi.
rooms, and this is where the explorer shifted from
Không
interesting
nghe
to
vui.
unsettling. The surgical
Dạ
lights were
chắc.
still intact, hanging from the ceiling, which he said is extremely rare because hospitals almost always sell those off before abandoning a building since they're
Lộ liễu thế
worth
này
serious
đúng
money.
là non rồi.
This looks like an operating
Làm
room.
giả gì mà lộ liễu
That's
thế.
pretty interesting. There's a nice sink over here with some soap for the doctors to get ready to do the operation. But check this out, guys, right here. This is a good room here, guys. Wow, look at those surgical lights. And the decay happening on the ceiling is pretty interesting too.
Thì cái này là
One
một cái
hospital, it's
một
really,
cái
really
hiện
rare to
trường không
find
phải
surgical
một
lights
cái
like
chỗ làm
intact,
phim,
'cause they are worth
chỗ
quite
người
a
ta
bit of
làm
money.
phim.
So usually what the cities do is they just sell them. And here's the bed. Then right over here, this is where all the
Một cái phim trường á mọi người biết không?
and that stuff.
Nó người ta đang gọi là người ta đang chưa kịp niêm phong thì cha nội này vô nghiên cứu rồi nè.
But this is where all the equipment, maybe some medicine would be for the doctors to do their operation. But the pin pin is pretty nice too. Gives a nice sound.
He found an endoscopy suite with cabinets still full of syringes and needles, a small room that he thought might have been used to store bodies, and an office with a calendar frozen on December 2013, the exact month the hospital went dark.
Oh, wow. Look at this, guys. Just a random... Oh, this is the endoscopy suite. There probably would have been a nice bed over here, then the surgical light over here, but this is definitely really, really cool. Wow. There's a bunch of cabinets for storage. There's some needles, syringes. Would have been in there. It's pretty cool. A nice old looking clock over there as well. Then really small room, maybe your refrigeration
Cái kính
room.
tủ không có bụi luôn, chắc chắn là fake.
Maybe even bodies.
Không những cái kính cũ đâu mà rất là nhiều thứ xung quanh đó nhìn còn mới á. Ví dụ như là cái bao ni lông mà nãy nó chiếu vô á, bao ni lông mà nó còn ghi là gì chiếu hóa chất gì nữa kìa. Còn in cái gì mà cấm hóa chất thì nó phải có ít chất là bị hư hỏng hay gì đó, nhìn nó bởi vì bao ni lông nó nhìn còn mới quá.
Wow.
Nhưng mà cũng chưa chắc được, bởi vì có thể cái này là một cái phim trường nào đó. Một cái phim trường nào đó thôi mà người ta chưa kịp niêm phong lại, hoặc là cha nội, hoặc là người ta thật sự có niêm phong nhưng mà cái ông này, ông nhỏ này, ông vô quay nhưng mà ông cắt mất cái phần đó đi. Nhìn rất là giống một cái phim trường đó nha. Bởi nước ngoài không có thiếu mấy cái phim trường thế này đâu. Với lại ai nói chung là nếu ai đã làm gì đen tối thì làm gì mà để lộ liễu thế này. Phim trường á, này chắc chắn là phim trường rồi. Nhiều đồ thế này thì mà còn mới tin nữa thì chắc chắn là phim trường thôi.
That's a foot. What the heck? Yo, that's weird. And I'm not completely sure what this section would be, just because the hallways are pretty narrow. But right here, it looks like this would have been a nice office. And those were the front doors right there. This would have been the office. There's a bunch of equipment on this desk right here, a bunch of phones. Bunch of decorations.
Xem vui thôi chứ cái này chắc chắn là phim trường, một là phim trường, hai là channel này fake, nhưng mà nhìn ông này có vẻ là không giống một không giống cơ gọi là cái gì, không đủ giàu, ý là không đủ giàu để mà làm nhiều thứ đến mức này á, nên là có khả năng là một cái phim trường nào đó thôi.
Doctors' names, Dr. Dana, Dr. Palmer, and a bottle of gel with stuff still inside. Animal blood forms. That's pretty interesting. And through here, not sure what would be through here, but
có một căn phòng gì đó đốt xác à, phòng đốt. Chết rồi, kênh tôi có bị ban không ta? Nguyên cái chân luôn kìa. Mới tinh luôn nha mọi người, chân mới tinh luôn nha. Không một vết dơ, không một vết sạn luôn nha.
That's weird. I'm not too creeped out here though. It is kind of dark. Kind of sketchy, but it's not giving off a really Oh, look. It's another body part. It's an arm.
He almost turned back before finding the last room, and he said afterwards he was glad he didn't, because what was inside was the most disturbing thing in the entire building. Pictures of open surgeries pinned to the walls showing skin being cut open, syringes and equipment still laid out, and even more body parts scattered across the floor.
Look at this. This room has a bunch of pictures of open surgeries. Wow. It's like that's a picture of them cutting open skin. Oh, that's gross. There's pictures all over. And there's syringes and everything's still left here. One last really nice room before we leave. I didn't want to show those pictures of the surgeries too closely because I don't want this video to get removed. Now that would be pretty unfortunate. But there are some pictures over here of, it looks like x-rays or pictures in really bad camera quality. But this is definitely really nice. And more biohazard bags and equipment. This is a cool place. There's a bunch of body parts here too. There's a bunch of hands and legs and bodies. It's pretty weird. You definitely don't see this every day in a hospital. Wow.
A hospital that closed its doors over a decade ago with the blood still on the walls, the needles still in the drawers, and pieces of what was left behind still sitting in the hallways, waiting for someone to walk in and find them. A group of explorers got into an abandoned hospital in Pennsylvania that had been shut down for several years, and the moment they stepped inside, they knew this place hadn't been cleaned out before it closed. They found an operating room with equipment still in place, stethoscopes worth hundreds of dollars left on counters, and blood splattered across the walls and on gloves that were still sitting where someone had taken them off.
They just left all this gear here.
I'm actually surprised they left that.
I am.
Hình như backroom đó nhỉ?
So we just got into this hospital and it's absolutely incredible. It's, I think located in Pennsylvania. I don't want to give the exact location out, but I mean, this place is
Thêm một
absolutely
đám người
insane.
nữa đột nhập vô bệnh
I
viện.
mean, these two fellas showed me where it was, so we're just going through it, and apparently there's a morgue in here. So if we can find it, we'll show it to you. So it's our best bet. We want to find this morgue, and once we find it, it's going to be incredible. So stay tuned, and if you enjoy this
Nó đi
video,
kiếm tiền
like
thể
and
trời, nó
subscribe.
điên hết trời.
Yo.
And here's one of the rooms, right? Yeah, here's the operating room.
An operating room.
Something like that.
That's dope.
Here's that window, man. Yeah, right here.
You can see this equipment right here. This is insane. They just left it. That's hundreds of dollars. Look at all this blood. Holy crap.
Yeah, fake blood.
This is nuts, dude. Holy crap.
X-ray machines were still set up with the viewing screens intact. A prosthetic leg was just sitting in the middle of a hallway, and the temperature inside the building was colder than it was outside, which none of them could explain.
This is incredible. They've got an X-ray machine right here.
Sweet. I haven't been to this room yet. No, I haven't been to this room yet.
They just left all this gear here.
I'm actually surprised they left that here.
I am too.
This is for x-rays? Some there's an x-ray thing over here.
Mấy cái nhà bỏ hoang, bệnh viện bỏ hoang bên nước ngoài là dụng cụ các kiểu vẫn còn nguyên si vậy luôn. Còn nguyên si còn mới hết luôn.
That's where they put the x-rays up on the screen right here.
Bịp
So, I
thì
mean,
chứ.
this is pretty cool right there. Dude. This is so legit,
Làm việc
guys.
ở Việt Nam mình là cái đống này bị thó hết.
Everything's just left where it was.
Thó còn nuốt sợi dây. Dây nhựa rồi tủ cái kiểu còn nguyên luôn kìa.
No, they didn't, dude. There's like there's
Abandoned
stethoscopes just
house.
left there, and those are like $200 or $300.
Hello chị. Hello Ngọc Phong nha.
Look at that. They have a fake leg right here, just chilling.
They were told there was a morgue somewhere in the basement, so they started working their way down through the levels, and each floor they descended got darker, colder, and harder to navigate.
Để mấy cái bệnh viện, không ngờ mấy cái bệnh viện bên nước ngoài cái gì cũng còn nguyên hết.
Utility.
So many different rooms. And the fact that the hospital is a little sketch.
It is pretty sketchy because people here. So
Maybe that's the sketchy thing about.
tarps coming down right here. You can see.
Yo, stairwell.
Oh yes.
First a little falling apart, but not too bad. Place checked out only a couple years ago, so still in pretty good condition.
Dude. So there's apparently a morgue down here. So we are gonna check this out and see how true our sources are.
This is where it gets sketchy, boys.
This place is more rooms. You have to go back to the left.
Oh, dude. Authorized personnel beyond this point.
Yeah, this one.
Yep, this is it right here.
Dude, this place gives me the
Get a
creeps.
glimpse of that sign up there.
They found surgery rooms with anesthesia equipment still hooked up, nitrous oxide and oxygen panels on the walls, and glass observation windows looking into the operating areas, but the morgue kept eluding them.
Oh, anesthesia there.
This is the surgery room.
Yeah, sir.
This is where they have surgery.
Tao chị một thân làm ba việc thế này, vừa vẽ vừa xem stream vừa xem stream nói chuyện. Đâu có hai việc hơn hả? Là ngồi làm cái này với ngồi nghe cái này.
This is pretty incredible.
Thì có gì đâu, bình thường.
A little wash area. And you guys have never been back here.
No, this is our first time calling this part of it.
Clean, dirty. I'm guessing this is emergency eye wash. So you got, I don't know.
Nó làm vậy nó làm nhiều việc nó mới tập trung ấy, đỡ bị phân tâm ấy.
Got nothing.
right. It's just dripping.
So the morgue's gotta be somewhere else then. I think that way.
We'll check out that way.
What is this? Oh, supply room?
Not much left in here. Just an old clock up there, as you can see.
Through this door.
Here's another operating room right here, it looks like. I mean, glass windows. Pretty cool. And then you got this right here, so you're gonna suction. I don't even want to know. You got
Sao làm nhiều việc lại không bị phân tâm?
and
Cái tính nó thế. Gọi là cái tật nó như thế.
The lowest level was partially
Không
flooded
được
with
như người
water
bình
several
thường.
feet deep,
Vậy không phải
blocking their
không được
path,
như người
and the
bình
smell
thường
down
mà
there
cái
was
kiểu
bad enough that all of them
cái cách tập
commented on
trung,
it without being
cái
able
tập
to
tập
identify
trung vào
what
một
was
việc
causing it.
của tôi là thế.
So this is a little security
Phải
closet or something like that. And there's just
phải có nhiều thứ diễn ra xung quanh
right
thì
there you can see.
tôi mới cảm thấy được là
Yeah, you can see that floating right there.
nó cảm thấy thoải mái kiểu vậy. Tôi không thể nào tập trung được. Không thể nào tập trung hẳn một việc được.
Unfortunately, I don't think they're gonna want to show the morgue or where the morgue is, but we can kind of get a decent look at it, kind of. No.
What's OR stand for?
Thì cái này mọi người cứ coi như là khi mọi người làm việc, mọi người học tập này kia, mọi người sẽ thay vì ngồi không nghe gì hết thì mọi người sẽ mở nhạc nghe. Còn đợt này thì tôi không mở nhạc nghe, nhưng mà tôi mở mấy cái kênh thế này nghe vậy thôi. Rồi stream thì nói chuyện được với ai thì nói chuyện, giống như kiểu vừa học chung bạn bè, xong nói chuyện với bạn bè thôi. Nó khá là bình thường. Hoặc là hoặc là có thể là tôi thích thoải mái như vậy thôi. Cái kiểu tôi kiểu để làm việc nó vậy.
Let's get the frick out of here.
No, dude.
Oh yeah, it was that. The memory card's full.
You know, anh bị hội chứng gì đó.
I heard from behind me.
Không thì nó giống như mọi người thực nó không phải hội chứng đâu, thì mọi người cứ nghĩ đơn giản là là một cách thư giãn đi. Vậy thì mọi người nghĩ thế đi, thay vì tôi nghe nhạc thì giờ tôi ngồi nghe mấy cái phóng sự thế này. Rồi thay vì là tôi đi học với các bạn thì tôi ngồi đây tôi nói chuyện với mọi người. Thì vậy thôi, nó bình thường mà, nó đâu phải hội chứng gì đâu, nó đơn giản là một cách thôi, một cách tiếp thu thôi, một phương thức cái tiếp thu.
The hospital was originally built in the early 1900s on top
Phương
of
thức
an
để
18th
tiếp thu
century
thông tin, tiếp
monastery,
nhận thông
and when
tin
the
này kia thôi.
6.3 magnitude quake hit, the walls cracked and crumbled.
Tôi không cảm thấy cái này nó giống như một căn bệnh đâu. Nhưng mà cũng có thể là tôi cũng có một tí đó, một tí, nhưng mà nó không đến mức nghiêm trọng ấy.
And the hospital has been abandoned ever since. They made their way down into the basement, looking for the morgue, and what they found down there was unlike anything either of them had ever seen in any abandoned building.
Nói rằng là mấy đám này phát hiện ra một cái thứ gì đó không bình thường. Thứ gì đó hoàn toàn không bình thường.
The morgue had 8 marble autopsy tables spread across multiple rooms, each one with its own stool, drainage system, and dim lights positioned in every corner that would have made this
Hôm bữa
place
có
deeply
nghe ai nói
unsettling
là
even when it
có
was
hội chứng gì mà giống như thế này hả? Gọi gì đợt gì đó. Sợ thì là ra. Thôi cứ sợ thôi, tôi cũng thấy cũng không phải hội chứng gì đâu. Nói chung là một thói quen sinh hoạt thôi.
Each one has like a stool too. Never see any marble slabs like this in the United States.
Then they walked into the last room of the morgue and found something on one of the steel autopsy tables that made both of them stop. Neither of them had ever come across anything like it in all their years of exploring abandoned buildings.
This place has a total of 8 slabs for the morgue.
ADSD, đúng rồi. Thì đó là cái tên. Hội chứng. Chắc cũng không đến mức nghiêm trọng đâu mà. Nó như một cái thói quen thôi.
It's actually not marble. That is made out of wood.
Sitting right there on the table were real bones, including what appeared to be part of a human skull,
Cái gì?
with more
Ui,
bones scattered
phát hiện
around the
xác
tray
cái
beside
gì?
it.
Xương hả?
They were told these
Xác
were
xương
human
người.
remains, and
Ủa, nghe
looking
ghê
at
vậy?
them, neither
Rồi mấy đứa này
explorer had
có
any reason to
có báo
doubt.
ai không vậy? Hay là chỉ quay vậy thôi hay đây? Ok, cái này thì nhìn real nha mọi người. Cái này nhìn khá là real nha.
Bunch of these tubes.
Cái hồi nãy mình coi thì nhìn hơi fake, nhưng cái này hơi real á nha.
I'm not touching it and I can't read it anyway because it's all in Italian.
Cái hồi nãy là siêu sạch sẽ luôn. Cái này thì đúng real nè.
Apron over there hanging up. And then this slab over here is sick too.
Trời ơi, cái kia nứt ra luôn kìa. Cái bàn đá nó vỡ ở giữa kìa, mọi người thấy không?
And cabinets were filled with
Ghê
supplies that
ơi.
had been left untouched for over a decade.
Ủa, cái đó là vết vỡ hay là cái đó là đường thoát nước vậy?
You got the drainage over here. And some cabinetries here. Glass. This one's glass. Looks like
Cái này
it's
nhìn real nè, nhìn real phết.
alcohol. You got some more over here.
Như bên nước ngoài có nhiều nơi thế này bị bỏ lắm nè.
Autopsy.
Không biết tại sao lại bỏ ta.
Most likely. It's pretty obvious. Disinfectant.
Cái này tôi tin là thật này. Nhìn sợ thật luôn á, nhìn là kiểu cái aura rùng rợn đó, nó lan đến mình luôn á.
Left abandoned with formaldehyde
Đây,
on
cái
the
này real
shelves,
lắm luôn á.
autopsy tables still in place, and human bones sitting out in the open like whoever was last down there never finished what they started. In
Liều
2022,
thiệt sự.
two explorers drove almost clear across Missouri after finding out about an abandoned hospital that had been left behind when a newer facility was built. They pulled on the front door expecting it to be locked, and when it swung wide open, both of them couldn't believe it was that easy to walk into a place like this.
Okay,
Ở
guys,
đây,
sorry for
ở
that
đây.
quick cut, but we're gonna go back out here real quick. I have some awful news. For some reason, my SD card just completely quit on me and said SD card error when I thought I was recording the whole time when we were walking up to it. But as you can just see,
we had our chance to come up here and we jokingly tried the first door again, and this has happened twice in a row now, and
I wish you could have seen like
Vừa
our
gì?
candid reaction, but
Vừa
like
xem
we
vừa
door open
à
and we
ok
started
ok
laughing because it was so crazy how it just was that easy.
ok
So
ok.
the first thing I noticed was all these like biological hazard bags sitting right by the door.
ew.
Oh yeah, and it's stinky, her favorite word. Look how creepy this is. Hold on, shine it down the hall.
Oh, there we go.
Look at
It's
this.
Ê, mà không đùa với mọi người, có những cái nơi người ta phát hiện thế này nhưng mà người ta không điều tra ra được những cái nơi đó đã diễn ra cái gì, bởi vì bên nước ngoài nó có một cái cơ chế bảo toàn tài sản á mọi người, cho nên những cái này là người ta không xác định được tài sản của ai á, thì mọi người thì có dù có giả sử như người dân hay gì này kia người ta phát hiện ra cái nơi thế này và nhìn nó đáng nghi đi thì người ta cũng sẽ gọi là không quan tâm á, cảnh sát không điều tra, không quan tâm gì luôn. Có báo mấy thì cũng thế thôi. Bởi vì mấy cái này nó thuộc quyền sở hữu của một người nào đó, mà cảnh sát tra ra các kiểu thì người ta vẫn bận rộn mà. Cho nên dù người dân có phát hiện ra mấy cái nơi thế này xong báo án cũng không ai xử lý đâu. Nghe sợ quá à. Sợ mà. Toàn thông tin, toàn trên gọi là YouTube mà ráng tìm tí là đầy mấy cái này luôn á. Kiểu nó nhiều lắm. bên nói chung là bên nước ngoài là cái gọi là cái gọi là bảo mật thông tin này, tài sản này kia nó cao, cho nên là mấy cái thứ thế này nè mà chỉ có những người mà không ngại cái việc là sẽ bị phát hiện, bị tố cáo là xâm nhập bất hợp pháp, mọi người hiểu không? Nó sẽ dám nó vô. Không phải ai cũng dám vô mới đúng. Cho nên là quay được mấy cái thước phim thế này phải gọi là liều lắm á. Nhưng mà tất nhiên có vài cái thì dàn dựng, rồi có mấy cái thì dàn dựng. Nhưng có mấy cái thì trình reel mà reel đến mức mà nổi hết da gà luôn á.
Oh yeah, it's kind of creaky and stuff in here.
It's like an aminal.
Oh look, I found it, radiology. It's the law.
Caution. I don't like that graffiti.
You're being watched.
Ew.
By who? I mean, just think about how easy it was for
Video
us to get
nhiều
in
nhưng
here.
mà chẳng mấy video là thật. Thì đó là vấn đề á.
Anyone else around here.
Bởi vì video thật á thì nó sẽ có một cái không gian riêng để xử lý rồi. Xử lý lại cái video đó có được phép đăng công khai hay không á. Thì lâu lâu
Wait, look. Look, there's like a bed.
như cái thời mà người ta làm thủ công đi. Cái thời làm thủ công đi. Là người là tự người trong cái hệ thống người ta phải xử lý á. Và không phân biệt được luôn. Nghĩa là nó cứ trôi nổi vậy á. Người ta cứ thế mà vô coi á. Không xử lý kịp à. Cái như cái thời mà cách đây 10 năm đi, lúc mà YouTube nó mới gọi là mới nổi á, thì số lượng video rất là nhiều. Thì những cái video mà đi khám phá nhà ma các kiểu này ngày xưa nhiều lắm. Mà người ta không xử lý được á, thì bắt đầu nó trôi nổi. Nó tạo thành rất là nhiều nguồn thông tin rồi khám phá nhà ma, rồi khám phá những cơ sở thí nghiệm, phòng lab cái kiểu nhiều lắm. Hồi đó tôi cũng gọi là hên xui coi được vài cái á. Nhưng giờ thì xóa hết rồi, xóa sạch luôn á, không còn một dấu vết nào luôn mà.
That's how you catch it. That's legit blood.
That's blood, yeah.
Oh my god.
I'm trying to get
You're
that.
gonna have to blur this.
Có thể là những cái video này là đã được người ta kiểm định là công khai cũng chả ảnh hưởng gì á. Chứ những video mà real đi là sẽ có một cái tầng riêng để chứa nó. Cho đến khi xử lý thông tin xong là cái video này có thực sự nên được công khai hay không á. Như cái thời mà người ta làm thủ công á, YouTube làm thủ công á, mấy cái video nhìn còn ghê hơn rất là nhiều. Giờ thì có máy nó xử lý rồi. Người ta chỉ cần phát hiện ra vết máu rồi ngôn từ đã kích cái kiểu là auto máy móc nó xử lý hết. Nhưng ngày xưa là dùng thủ công là đầy video nhìn còn ghê hơn rất là nhiều. Nhưng mà tất nhiên là tôi coi cũng không được hết mà. Như bây giờ tự nhiên cái này là có thể là mấy người thu thập nè, những cái người như mấy đứa mà rảnh á, mấy đứa homeless á. Đó là hỏi mấy đứa mà jobless bên nước ngoài bắt đầu nó thu thập mấy cái video này nè ở trên mấy cái kho dự trữ của YouTube này nè. Nói chung là YouTube này là có một cái kho dự trữ lớn nha mọi người. Mọi người thích thì vô coi, mọi người thích thì mọi người search cái là ra. Quan trọng là có bị xử lý IP hay gì không thôi, nhưng mà vô là vô coi được hết á. Nhiều lắm, rất là nhiều, tùm lum video hết. Nó gọi là kho mà, cho nên là tha hồ muốn coi sao coi mà. Thì có thể là mấy cái video này là không bị gỡ hay coi như là cái video này không bị gỡ đi thì nghĩa là đã được xem xét qua rồi. Chứ mọi người thử lên cái kho YouTube mà một cái kho thứ hai mà để lưu trữ dữ liệu của YouTube đi thì mọi người thích coi bao nhiêu cái video tha hồ mà coi. Nhiều cái còn ghê hơn thế. Ngày xưa tôi còn coi được một cái video nào mà một cái ông nào đó muốn chuyển sinh á, tự bản thân chuyển sinh á, cầm nguyên cái khẩu súng săn, chỉ thẳng vô cái mặt mình luôn nha, chỉ thẳng vô cái mặt mình video đó. Đấy, ngày xưa là ghê đến mức đó. Ông quay video lại xong video xong kết thúc xong là không biết là do là ai hack vô cái hệ thống của ổng, ai hack vô cái video, gọi là nói chung là không biết ai lấy được cái video đó, nhưng mà nói chung cái video đó nó quay full quy trình ông đó chuyển sinh bản thân, bắn thẳng vô đầu mình rồi Màu trắng. Mấy cái thứ màu trắng bay tung tóe luôn mà. Rõ lắm, rõ HD luôn á. Chết rồi, tôi đang tuyên truyền văn hóa phẩm không lành mạnh rồi. Thì nôm na là vậy đó. Có những cái kênh như thế nên là mọi người hãy chắc chắn độ tuổi của mình rồi hẳn tìm đến cái kho lưu trữ của YouTube nhé. Tôi click thế thôi. Có đấy, thật sự là có. Mọi người cứ thoải mái lên đó. Tại nhiều video lắm, nhiều video, cái kho lưu trữ nó nhiều video lắm. Quan trọng là có thời gian mà coi hết hay không thôi. Có vài cái nó cũng xàm nữa.
Well, fellas, that wraps up that mission. That was an unexpected.
Hôm nay làm 3D quá, 3D hả? Thì giờ tôi đang làm một cái đu quay xe ngựa. Cái này đu quay xe ngựa. Nên là bây giờ tôi đang làm con ngựa. Cái khung đu quay thì xong rồi nè. Giờ đang làm thêm con ngựa. Bởi vì tôi lên mạng nhưng mà không có cái trang web nào cho free hết. Mấy cái giả sử người ta có free đi thì tốt, nhưng mà đợt này thì người ta không có, cho nên là tôi phải ngồi tôi tự làm lấy. Đấy mọi người, nên mọi người là mọi người gọi là nên mọi người phải biết nhiều tí. Đây có nhiều khả năng thế này nè đó. Tha hồ khi mà mình cần thì mình tự làm luôn. Chứ trên mạng làm gì ai cho mình. Đây giờ tôi làm cái chân thứ hai. Nếu mọi người bảo tôi rảnh vậy thì tôi rảnh rồi. Với lại người ta trả tiền cho mình làm thì tội gì không làm. Vẽ, cái ngồi vẽ con này thì tôi phải nói thật với mọi người rằng là thật sự có ai thật sự phải suy nghĩ trong đầu luôn là ngồi vẽ ra bằng tay cái đu quay xe ngựa hả? Mọi người nghĩ thử đi. Đây tôi lấy ví dụ này, mọi người nghĩ thử đi. Quên, cái này đang trong 3D. Mọi người nghĩ thử đi. Thì tại sao chúng ta phải ngồi vẽ nguyên một cái đu quay xe ngựa? Tại sao? Vấn đề là tại sao phải làm thế? Rồi, quay copy cái chân này đi cho nhanh.
How's the quality, guys?
Tôi sẽ không làm thế, tôi sẽ không ngồi làm nguyên cái ngồi gọi là ngồi vẽ từng con ngựa, từng cây cột, từng cái bệ. Không, tôi sẽ không làm thế. Thật ra thì vẫn có thể có nhiều người sẽ ngồi vẽ đấy, ngồi vẽ luôn. Nhưng mà với một người có khả năng sử dụng 3D như tôi thì không. Tôi cảm thấy tôi không muốn bị đau lưng theo cách như thế. Không muốn hành hạ bản thân theo cách đó. Tôi sẽ ngồi nó như ngồi nặng tượng thôi mọi người ạ. Thật ra thì 3D nó như ngồi nặng tượng thôi. Như ngày xưa là như mấy ông làm về phối cảnh á, làm phối cảnh kiến trúc á, mấy ổng không thể nào tự vẽ tay được á, thì mấy ổng sẽ ngồi sẽ mua đất sét về mấy ổng nặng. Thì giờ có 3D nè, thế này nè thì cũng khác quá gì đâu. Mấy cái ông họa sĩ thời xưa mấy ổng không hiểu được kiến trúc thì mấy ổng sẽ lấy đất sét, mấy ổng ngồi nặng. Còn giờ thì thôi quá thời rồi thì giờ có thêm 3D, biết được 3D thì tốt. Nó cũng chả khác gì cái việc ngồi nặng tượng như ngày xưa hết á.
Dude, it's so foggy and cold down here.
Hold down there. Lạnh hả? Nghe tiếng nước chảy cạch cạch vậy mà sao không lạnh?
What's over here? Thanks for the 1999.
1999 hả? Ủa vậy là cái video này từ năm 1999 hả? Phải không? Tôi còn nhớ đây là nhà trẻ. Trẻ cái gì giờ đứa con nít gì không biết cái đó. Trẻ đâu mà trẻ. Phải chi tụi nó ngày xưa tụi nó ra đường tụi nó bắn bi đi. Còn giờ tụi nó là tụi nó ngồi học cái gì luôn rồi, biết đến cái gì luôn rồi á. Nhà trẻ quái gì. Nếu trẻ nếu là con nít thì thôi. Xem coi như là tài liệu thôi nha mấy đứa, đừng học theo nha. Đừng vô nhà ma khám phá như mấy anh này nha. Vô đi có người kiếm bây giờ. Hình như có ai donate hay sao ấy hả? Ủa thiệt hả? Ủa có ai donate hả? Ôi, ai donate tôi hả mọi người? Có không? Có không?
Was that the way I came? I don't even remember. Damn it.
Nó donate thì nó phải kêu chứ, nó phải có thông báo chứ. Mày tôi có nghe cái gì đâu nè. Ui trời. Ai thấy hay, ai thấy kênh hay thì hãy gọi là xin mong có nhà đầu tư nào đó để có thể góp vốn cho tôi được làm series hoạt hình nhé. Chứ tôi là animator, ước mơ của tôi là được trở thành một animator vĩ đại chứ không phải ngồi vẽ cái này đâu nha mọi người. Chứ không phải ngồi skip nguyên con ngựa này đâu nha. Tôi đang thực hiện ước mơ nhỏ nhoi của tôi là được làm animator, làm phim các kiểu chứ không phải ngồi cào bàn phím, cào con chuột, cày đục khoét cái này đâu nhé. Đấy, tôi chỉ cần một nhà đầu tư nó chấp cánh cho ước mơ của tôi thôi.
Oh my god. Dude, please. Please tell me that's not a body. Oh my god.
Trong cái video thấy cái súp nó là than. Vậy là ông này là một streamer hả? Cái video này là của một streamer. Cũng liều phết nhỉ. Nếu là tiếng donate thì là ông này là video này được cắt từ một streamer nào đó đang đi khám phá nhà ma.
Please don't tell me that, bro. There is like legs and shoes and some pants. I am not
Shoes and some pants?
I am not playing.
Đôi giày và mới có mắt và quần á.
I can't tell if that's real. Oh no. Oh my god. All right. I was tripping. Oh my god.
Nhà hoang ở Việt Nam toàn mấy cái xây vợ để bán hả? Hết vốn á chứ không phải xây vợ để bán đâu. Hết vốn á. Hết tiền xây á, hiểu không? Nhà ở Việt Nam mà xây chưa xong thì chỉ có hết tiền thôi. Còn nhà hoang bên nước ngoài là xây xong rồi nhưng mà bỏ của chạy lấy người. Nghĩa là kiểu bị phát hiện á, căn cứ bí mật bị phát hiện á mọi người, kiểu vậy.
After leaving the church, he moved through the neighborhood on foot, checking other abandoned buildings, and every single one had signs that people were actively inside them. The smells alone told him everything he needed to know about what was happening in those places.
Smell? Có mùi gì đó. Nó đang có cái mùi rất là kinh khủng. Mùi gì? Chắc có ai vô làm vài bãi gì. Đôi khi nhà hoang thì cùng lắm thì chắc là mùi bãi phóng uế thôi chứ đâu phải mùi gì đâu mà. Lúc cấp 1 cạnh trường có cái trường mầm non xong điều tra trông thấy có kim tiêm dính máu. Ngày xưa ở Việt Nam mình là điều tra tội phạm các kiểu chậm lắm, kiểu nó công khai chích thuốc rồi hít đất các kiểu ngoài đường luôn mà, ghê. Ngày xưa Việt Nam ngày xưa mình dơ.
This whole area is awful. It's a terrible place.
Trẻ em không phòng bị đi vào thì sao, như tôi hồi nhỏ. Đừng vô thì đừng vô. Đừng vô nha mấy đứa. Mình coi cho vui thôi. Mấy người này là mấy người gan dạ thì mình hóng thôi chứ đừng vô nha. Thực sự là đừng vô. Nguy hiểm lắm. Không có cái kiểu mua đất xong xây khung. Rồi còn để đó ai mua thì họ tự xây. Cái đó là tôi không biết nữa. Có thể là thì người ta xây tới dở cuối cùng chắc là có vấn đề gì đó về vấn đề giấy tờ hay sao đó, ai biết, nên người ta ngừng xây. Chứ còn kiểu mà nhà xây dở mà thường thì nếu như kiểu xây đến đó rồi á mà không xây tiếp để lại cái khung cho người sau á thì không có đâu. Người sau mua thì họ cũng đập đi xây lại cái mới à. Bởi vì mọi người hiểu là cái quy trình giấy tờ xây dựng á là mình đã phải đưa cho người ta cái thông tin là mình xây nhà bao nhiêu tầng, xây hệ thống nước dẫn đi đâu, có ảnh hưởng gì đến công trình, ảnh hưởng gì nguồn nước của những người xung quanh đó, kiểu phải ra là một cái sơ lược báo cáo rất là đầy đủ á. Cho nên là khi mà đổi sang cho người khác đi thì đa phần người ta cũng sẽ đập đi xây lại thôi để phòng tránh vấn đề á. Nên là thực sự là không có cái vụ mà xây cái khung mà để cho người sau xây tiếp đâu. Thường là người sau mà là họ đập đi xây mới luôn, chứ không có cái vụ xây lại cái khung tiếp đâu. Thường là không có cái vụ đó xảy ra đó chứ. Nhà hàng Việt Nam có hai cái để sợ, một là chất lượng công trình, hai là nghiện ngập. Chất lượng công trình để nghiện ngập. Thì thực ra tôi cũng nghĩ là thật ra nhà ma thì người ta những cái bóng ma người ta thấy thì chắc là người thật thôi, người thật người ta vô đó làm vô trong đó cần không gian kín tí thôi chứ ma quỷ gì. Không nha, chỗ mấy khu đô thị chỗ tôi là cả dãy luôn hả? Hết tiền nó cả dãy là hết tiền nha, 100% hết tiền á. Hết vốn á. Hoặc là nhà đầu tư rút vốn giữa chừng. Tôi là với theo những gì tôi hiểu là 90% là bị rút vốn hoặc là hết tiền xây vậy thôi. Còn là con người mà nói như nói.
Yes, it's live. Dude, I'm hearing something in here. I swear to God. Listen.
Bên nước ngoài á, nhà hoang, một là bên quanh như nhà đi, một là cái vùng này bị nhiễm phóng xạ hoặc là vùng này có vấn đề về phóng xạ hay cái gì đó. Còn nếu như kiểu người ta vẫn đi qua đi lại, nghĩa là cái chỗ này là thật sự là người dân bỏ đi bởi vì có vấn đề gì đó, một là chiến tranh nè, hai là có tội phạm quanh vùng này nè, ba là họ dời nhà đi đến nơi ở mới á, nên họ vứt lại cái nhà này luôn. Mà cái khổ nổi á, nhà bên nước ngoài á, người phải hiểu một điều rằng mình mua cái nhà, mình xây cái nhà lên, nhưng mà mình vài năm sau mình vẫn phải đóng cái thuế vớ vẩn gì đó để mà duy trì cái ngôi nhà đó. Cho nên là thường mọi người xây lên đất này kia xong thì nó vẫn không phải thuộc về mọi người, vẫn phải đóng thuế vì ngôi nhà đó, chứ nhà đó không hề thuộc về mình. Nên là người ta xây xong trang bị đủ thứ xong là thực hiện được ước mơ cho vui vậy thôi, vô ngửi mùi nhà vui vậy thôi, nhưng mà thuế không đóng là bị tịch thu à. Thật vậy thôi, chứ ở bên nước ngoài khổ lắm mọi người. Đó, ví dụ như này, như xây nhà lên, nhưng nhà phải nhà của mình quái đâu. It's so vertical.
That had once been a girls' school before it closed in 1992. The property had multiple buildings, including dorms, a church, a gym, classrooms, and a medical building. And they saved the medical building for last because their guide told them it could be the best one on the entire property.
Rồi thêm đám streamer nào đó đi khám phá nhà ma tí.
This is the medical building.
Medical building.
Here's the waiting room.
Oh, the waiting room? Yeah. Oh, look at those crutches.
The moment they walked into the medical building, they found the waiting room still set up, crutches leaning against the walls, and then they noticed needles scattered across the floor everywhere they stepped.
Oh, there's needles everywhere.
Oh, snap. Oh. Yeah, a bunch of needles are here. Man, look what we just found. Looks like to be sample tubes or something. We got so much other medical equipment here. Pill bottles, band-aids. An emergency oxygen supply.
Handles on it. Look, that's a body bag, right? Look at the zipper.
I think that is a body bag.
I've never seen a body bag before. That's insane.
What the hell?
Nói rằng họ nhìn thấy cái túi đựng body.
I've never seen a body bag before either.
I've never
Bọn tao chưa từng thấy cái túi này bao giờ.
I assume that's what it is because it's got 6 handles for you to carry it.
Yeah. Oh my god. This is like a crutch.
A body bag, complete with a zipper and 6 handles for carrying, just sitting there in an old medical building on a campus that had been abandoned for over 2 decades.
And all the crutches over there too. Whoa. Oh, dude, yes, we found the dental office. I've never seen a dental office that's abandoned yet.
You haven't?
I don't think. If I did, I didn't recognize it. This is our first dental office. Yeah. Look at all the equipment too. Damn. Yeah, you got the little light right here. There you go with the. You got the tray that they put all the stuff on. Something biohazard is in this jar right now. It's a disease. It might be. Let's hope not. So we're on the second floor of this building, and we're going to be in the maternity ward now.
They moved upstairs and found the maternity ward, which still had baby cribs, cradles, strollers, and prescription bottles scattered across the rooms alongside biohazard bags and satanic graffiti drawn on the walls.
Ôi cái video. Mọi người thấy cái này không? Cái này là fake nha. Fake chắc luôn, 100% fake nha mọi người.
The biohazard bags.
Cái này chắc là mấy channel streamer dàn dựng rồi. Fake rồi nha.
Cradles. Strollers. Oh my god. Can't believe the cradles, the crib's still here. What?
Trời, đúng cái kịch bản giật gân ngày xưa luôn. Babies gì đó.
Then they walked into one of the last rooms, and both of them stopped when they saw what was sitting in the corner, and the way they reacted made it clear that whatever was in there was not something either of them expected to find in an abandoned school.
John, did you see this room? Come here. You see that? Dude, look at that baby over there. Holy.
A campus that started as a school for girls and ended up with a medical building full of needles, body bags, and baby cribs left behind in a maternity ward that nobody bothered to clean out. In 2025, urban explorer Bob and his friend Andrea found the entrance to an abandoned crypt hidden somewhere in Italy that had been completely forgotten by the outside world. Inside were mummified remains that had been resting there for over 400 years, and to protect the location, he removed all exterior footage and refused to give any details about where it was. The moment they stepped inside, the first thing they saw was a body, then another, then skulls everywhere they looked, lining the walls in every direction.
Yeah. Oh yeah. I'm looking at a guy right here. Sorry. Sorry everybody.
I think I need some time to get used to this.
Yeah. Pretty crazy, yeah?
Yeah, that was a movie.
Everywhere you look, there are skulls. Here too.
One of them had to stop and take a moment to process what they were standing in the middle of, because nothing they had explored before had prepared them for this. The mummification practiced in this crypt was rooted in Catholic tradition between the 16th and early 20th centuries, and while most crypts like this have been preserved and protected over the years, this one had been completely abandoned and forgotten.
Mummification was a unique blend of faith, tradition, and social status, deeply rooted in Catholic culture and practiced widely between the 16th and early 20th centuries. While most of these crypts are preserved and protected these days, this one seems to be completely forgotten.
They found a way to go deeper, descending further underground into sections that hadn't been seen by anyone in what could be decades.
Oh, you can go down here.
Ép cái nhạc vô thấy ghê trời. Nhà hoang không à. Ép nhạc thấy ghê.
Then among all the remains in the crypt, they came across one that stopped both of them. A young boy, mummified and incredibly well preserved, despite the centuries that had passed, just lying there in a place that the world had forgotten existed.
Among all the mummies in this forgotten crypt, the most remarkable is that of a young boy, incredibly well preserved despite the passage of time.
It really belongs into a museum.
Yeah. Creepy mà. Ê, ui nó bôi rồi kìa. À, vậy là thật hả? Ủa đừng nói cái này là cái body thiệt nha. Nó xám xám mọi người ơi. Hình như thật á.
400 years of the dead, left underground with no protection, no preservation, and no one coming to give them the rest they deserve. In 2024, a group of urban explorers from the UK went back to a property they had visited 2
Có
years
chừng đó thôi,
earlier
vậy
to get
là
drone footage of an old
video
car
đó.
graveyard.
Video
At
đó
the
chắc
time,
lấy từ
they
cái
had
gì
noticed a
kho
beaten up shack of a house on the
cái
property
kho
but
video
thought nothing of it.
của
They
YouTube
recently
có thể.
found out the man who lived there had passed away, so
Nghe
they
nghe thấy
went
buồn
back
ngủ.
to have a look inside. The property was massive, with dozens of old cars scattered across
Ghép
fields
nhạc
and
vô,
tucked
ghép cái
inside
nhạc đó
sheds
vô
and
cũng
hangars. Cadillac
cũng giống nhạc
Eldorados with
về
original
lo-fi
leather
chill á.
interiors, old
Cũng biết
Morris
lựa phết nha.
Miners, drag racing cars with numbers still on them, all just rotting away in the open.
Steve's car. Oh, look at that. Oh, there is a classic over there, isn't there? Is that a Jag? No, it's not. That's an American, yeah. Is it another Cadillac?
Eldorado.
Yeah, that's what the one we saw last time was, an Eldorado. Wow, look at this. Wow. There we go, that. Proper old licence plate, Cadillac, Eldorado. Wow, soft top, you can see through it. Look at the old red leather upholstery, that is cool. Very retro with the white leather seats as well. That'd suit you, Ned. Look like a Ghostbusters. Yeah. It's nice, isn't it? Not the size of that hood. It's ridiculous. You could put a mattress on that. Couldn't you? A double mattress on that. That's really smart. All original fixtures. It's got a proper original Cadillac windmill.
Then they made their way toward the house, and the atmosphere changed completely. One of them described it as looking like something out of a horror film, and when they got to the front door, they noticed something that made all of them hesitate.
Wow. It's like a horror film, Ed. He's got to do it. How do you know?
You heard noise.
This is like a horror film, mate.
Was that you, babe? Did you just hit that?
There was a truncheon
Giọng
propped
anh
up
nghe hay quá
behind
nhỉ.
the security
Mate.
jacket by the entrance, and when they looked through the windows, what appeared to
Họ
be
không gọi mình là
bloodstains were
you,
visible
họ
coming
sẽ
from
gọi
under
mình là
one of the
mate.
doors inside.
Are you sure, mate?
Hey, he's just found a truncheon up on the board. Hang on. I'm looking around the side. Come on, we got to get in there. Go on, good lad. Go on. No.
See you would. Go on, you're there now. There's blood stains on the floor.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Really?
Want someone to come in with me?
Ed's shitting himself. Ed just goes to me, I just don't fancy getting a shotgun to the face.
Hello? Anyone in? Go to the window.
Yeah, Ned, just wait a sec. It's an odd one, isn't it? This is like something from The Hills Have Eyes.
I don't like it. It's like there's a security jacket, and that's where the truncheon is, behind the security jacket.
Oh, yeah.
But it looks like there's been people living in there, and in that one.
Really?
I can't see through there, where the blood's coming under the door.
There's blood coming under the
It
door.
looks like it.
So if we open that door at the end, it could be like The Shining, where all the blood just...
Could be red paint, couldn't it?
They debated whether to go in, with one of them saying he didn't fancy getting a shotgun to the face, and compared the whole scene to something out of The Shining. They eventually got inside and found signs that someone had been living there recently. Cigarette smoke still lingering in the air, oil lamps set up, and a clock on the wall that was still ticking.
It does look awfully like blood, though. Right, let's have a look round here. There might be a window open. Pay here.
Oh, this is his place. This is here.
There's all the oil lamps high this coat. Wow, look at all this shit.
Wow, sounds like there's a tank coming up. We can get out here. Oh, stop panicking. He's a Mandarin, yeah. He's on my shoe. Couldn't run if I wanted to.
Oh wow, this is old.
This is weird. Because look, even the walls you can see over the top.
Oh my god.
This is old fashioned.
That is... Wow. He's smoked in here. I can
Dạ
smell
Hoàng.
cigarette smoke everywhere.
MOTs for every car.
What time did the
Được
clock
cái
stop?
mình được nghe giọng mấy ông người Anh rất là đã tài. Mấy ông người Anh thật sự nói giọng nó rất là nghe như đọc thơ ấy mọi người.
He would have been his whole life in it.
Every key.
Wouldn't it?
Cái
The
này bị cái gì
rooms
đây?
were packed with
Ủa
the
sao
dead
mày lại nghiêng
man's
qua bên?
belongings, keys for every
Hả?
car on the property,
What?
old bread bins, cobweb-covered furniture, and a bedroom so cluttered they couldn't even get through the doorway. Then upstairs they found religious items everywhere, and it became clear this place had a very different feel than a normal abandoned house.
This is his room, mate. This was his bedroom. I can't even get in there, mate.
Yeah, mate.
I can't even get in, mate. But look.
Take a look.
Jesus, where?
Jesus, where?
Is it?
Got that too, yeah?
Yeah, I can't get in there, mate.
Trời ơi, giọng đã thiệt luôn á.
Oh, little money box, look.
Làm sao để thêm nhỉ? Thêm điểm ở đâu?
Oh, you're back out here, aren't you? Yeah, well, this was where the bloke was, look. That was paint, where they painted the doors.
Then someone opened the gates on the property. The explorers realized they were not alone, and whoever was there now was coming toward them. They scrambled to get out, and what followed was a full sprint through the property with someone chasing them down the road, yelling at them to stop.
They're opening the gates. Which way? Hang on, which way do we go?
Go that way.
Don't let him see you, don't let him see you.
Chấm cái điểm ở đâu ta? You curve. Add chăng? Add. No. No. Control point.
Let's get out of here. That was a bit, maybe they did have cameras in the place.
No. Ôi, tôi phải lên coi tutorial là. Trời ơi, quên mất rồi. À không, phải coi tutorial. Thêm cái trang hỏi thăm nữa. Avoid focus. Blender.
Security.
Control left. Select your curve, press tab. Left the curve pen tool.
Go. Get the door open. Door open quick. Keep it rolling.
Right click.
He's coming, he's coming.
Right click.
Go, go, go.
Right click.
Turn around. Quick.
Select 2 point. Then click. Click what?
Go. You got your picture now.
He's got a dog chasing you.
He's got his camera, hasn't he? Quick,
Nah.
zoom out, really quick.
I think we got away.
Well, I said you run. Come on.
I don't know what way you went, Ed.
I went over the gate.
Oh, did you? I didn't know if we turned in.
I thought it
Giúp revive. À, được rồi.
If he gets in his car. No, it'll be alright.
Hello, UE nha, hello.
I don't think they should be here. Do you know
Thấy cái xe đi chưa? Ủa em sợ hả? Nó đi rồi em, khỏi lo. Đi rồi nha, đi rồi. Cứ dọa đi bán người ta sang cam. Xấu thiệt chứ. Nó đi rồi em. Ngồi chơi đi, nó đi rồi. À!
They made it to the car and got out, and afterwards realized the people on the property were likely squatters who had moved in after the owner
Không ấy
passed
mình
away, which meant whoever
mình
was
học lái
chasing
xe á,
them
mình
had
cũng
no
lấy
right
nguyên
to
lên
be
mình tập lái chiếc, sau đó cướp xe đó mình đi em.
2024, Urbex Hill went back to Robert Fulton Elementary School in one of the most dangerous parts of Cleveland, Ohio for the third time. The first time he explored it was 3 years earlier, and even back then there was a message on the chalkboard left by other
Làm sao để
explorers
mà
that said,
tạo
"Don't
cái
explore alone," which should have been warning enough. About a year before this visit, he had gone in at night and stumbled upon a man living inside one of the rooms, barricaded behind a wall of desks. That encounter confirmed that people had been living in this abandoned school for a long time. 2 weeks after that, his curiosity brought him back to see if the man was still there. A friend was supposed to come with him, but they backed out at the last minute, leaving him to go in alone.
This confirmed that potentially dangerous people have been living in this abandoned school for a while.
Abandoned school.
Anyway,
Là một cái trường bị bỏ hoang,
encounter with this man, my curiosity got the best of me, and I decided to go back to see if he was still there. Although I initially planned to explore this place with a friend just to be safe, they backed out at the last minute, leaving me to go alone. During this solo exploration, I encountered two dangerous individuals, which led to a tense and unexpected situation. It's also obvious to me that they're doing something illegal in this school, because one of them had a gun.
He made his way through the building and started hearing sounds that told him he was not the only person inside. Footsteps, voices, someone was down there.
Anh xài app gì vậy? Chỉ xài Blender. Blender á. App nó để model 3D. Đang làm cái đuôi ngựa nhưng mà phải đi tìm hiểu cách làm xài đồ tí, tìm cách xài đồ tí. Ấn vô cái này, vô cái này, rồi sao nữa, geometry, offset, không phải này, từ từ, nhưng mà tao cần nó dài chứ tao đâu cần nó mỏng đâu. Bevel chat. Đây, được rồi. Thì ra là vậy. Xóa cái này đi. Đút cái cục này vô. Không được. Okay. Chị ghi hộ em với mất não rồi. Ghi lại cái tên đó hả? Đợi chị tí. Chị đây để chị ghi lại cho.
Then he saw a flashlight turn toward him, and in that person's other hand was something that changed the entire situation.
Đây là tên app nha. Tôi nghe thấy ai đó đang nói chuyện. Ghê à. Trường học. Nó là một cái trường học.
Here's one more thing I need to point out. Right as that person with the flashlight turned around, I could see a gun in her hand. This startled me, so I started running away. There's no telling what these people could be using this building for. They could just be squatters or even scrappers. They could even be criminals hiding from the police. I don't know. But one thing I know for sure, they didn't want me there because they started shooting as I ran away.
He turned and ran, and as he did, the sound that came from behind him confirmed that whoever was in that building had no intention of letting him leave quietly.
Trường học có phải là trường học không? Hay nó là trường học? Mình nên gọi là cái gì? Chị nghĩ là em xài internet, em lướt TikTok xem internet coi brain rot hơi nhiều rồi, nên mới có được cái câu này. Ui rồi.
While he was running, he had to set his camera down on a desk to use both hands to get past the junk blocking his path, and when he reviewed the footage later, the camera captured something in that moment that he didn't even notice while it was happening. On September 24th, 2022, YouTuber Decaying Ace went exploring an abandoned school, and the very first thing they encountered inside should have told them to turn around and leave immediately.
Okay. Yeah, not the best omen for us. We made it in. That was a little trickier than we thought it would be. But we got a big old bird in here.
Trường học bị bỏ hoang. Không ấy mình viết lại nguyên câu luôn em. Nó nói cái gì vậy chị? Nó bị mê sản á em, chắc mới ngủ dậy. Xem thì ngủ quên hả?
They continued searching the empty classrooms and hallways, hoping to find some sign that others had explored there recently, but every room stood empty and untouched.
Yeah, this is cool looking. Yeah, they got these chairs blocking off this. Not much in there. Look at all the desks in there. Another big old classroom. That last bit definitely says Jesus Christ. Must have been a religious school of some kind. Look at all these old desks.
Eventually, they made the wise decision to leave that cursed building behind them for good.
Tìm ra được cách.
If they had stayed longer, pushing deeper into the school's abandoned wings, they might have discovered why that first omen had been placed there, and by then, it would have been too late to heed it. This is a spooky garage containing so many compartments and hidden spaces that the sheer number becomes unsettling, with each door concealing something worse than the last.
Here we go. We're going into the garage, and we're gonna get a surprise because
Cái nó nhỏ lại cái đứa ông ta. Chơi nữa nè. Laboratory leg. Start any map. And what?
You have a nice
What the
three-car
hell?
garage.
Oh yeah,
And
okay.
it's just door after door after door.
Part animation
So
check
let's
key.
open these together. Nothing.
Có vẻ không ra cho lắm.
Somebody was really into compartmentalizing. I'm kind of scared. Like, I'm gonna open one of these and something. Okay, so this one goes all the way down. But why would you not just have a wall? Like, okay. They obviously built this on after because that's your panel right there. So they framed in
Em sắp mất não với app của chị
a
rồi.
whole lot of storage. I bet there's a water
Trường học
heater
trong
or
video có phải
something.
trường học không hay là trường học bị bỏ hoang? Trường bị bỏ hoang. Còn cái video lúc đó là trường học bỏ hoang á. Bye anh em, tí xem tiếp, giờ đi ăn cơm. Chưa rồi hả?
Okay, so we found
Tôi cũng nghĩ chắc là tôi cũng chuẩn bị đi nấu cái gì đó ăn đã.
In a space designed with that many hiding spots, someone could have been watching from any one of those compartments, and the explorer would never have known until it was too late to run. In 2017, urban explorer Freaktography descended into the dark basement of an abandoned hospital and found a fully intact autopsy room that nobody had cleaned out before the building closed.
Backroom. Cái ông kia còn đứng rồi chứ. Đứng kia gì khác quái gì đâu.
Past a biohazard sign and through decaying
Cái app này giờ mới được 44% á. Tải về em đang tải hả?
Center of the room, and on the wall, a chalkboard still had a list written on it that tells you exactly what kind of work was done on that table. Then they started opening drawers and found what was still inside them, and around the corner was the cold storage unit where bodies were kept, along with an observation window designed so people could watch everything happening on the other side of the glass.
These are some of the most disturbing indie video games ever made. We'll start with the more well-known, controversial and weird indie
Video
games
tiếp
and
theo
dive
rồi.
deeper
Này là
into
cái
the
gì?
most bizarre and illegal ones. Let's start with the level 1.
Cái này có bị bản quyền không ta?
Postal 1 was made
chút.
by a small, independent studio called Running with Scissors, and it was published in
Cái này có bị bản quyền không? Đợi tí nha. Ok, không bị bản quyền. Cái này là tiếp theo là những cái tựa game.
You play as a guy known only as the Postal Dude and mentally,
Những cái tựa game mọi người biết các tầng của các tảng băng rồi đúng không? Những tảng băng trên internet á. Thì đây là xếp hạng những cái trò chơi mà gọi là xếp theo tầng nghĩa là nó đen tối thế nào, nó gọi là không phù hợp độ tuổi cái kiểu. Thấy chưa? Các bạn thấy chưa? Các bạn nên cân nhắc khi vô coi kênh tôi nghe chưa?
The Postal Dude sees everyone as an enemy. He goes insane as you progress. The voices and whispers in his head get louder and louder. The game makes you feel his paranoia firsthand. You start with a pistol and find other weapons like shotguns, flamethrowers and even rocket launchers. The combat is quick and intense, with civilians and enemies screaming, running and reacting in real time to the chaos he creates. You go through different areas like his neighborhood, a mine, train station, trailer park, and a military base. Then you reach an elementary school full of little children, but your weapons don't work against these kids. They all laugh, and Postulio's mental state gets even worse. The screen fades and the game reveals that he has been captured and locked in a mental asylum. And the last thing you hear is disturbing whispers and demonic screams.
Đó là cái soundtrack.
But in the
Cái
HD
gì đó.
remake version, the ending of the game was changed to a funeral scene, and some fans of the game theorized that this was the funeral of Postulio's child, and the entire game is a result of his breakdown. Now, Postal 1 had an excuse for its violence, but the developers of Hatred probably just said, let's make a mass murder simulator. Hatred was developed and published by a Polish studio called Destructive Creations, and if you're expecting a complex narrative, you won't find it in this game. Hatred's story is intentionally empty. The character you play doesn't even have a proper name. The game just refers to him as the antagonist. He just delivers a dark monologue at the start of the game about how much he hates humanity and society. So he decides to kill as many people as possible in New York, and that's it.
I just fucking hate this world and these human worms feasting on its carcass.
The game
Kể
is
về con trai
almost
nổi
completely
cha
black
kia
and white,
hận
and the only
đời.
colors you see are from
Rồi
blood,
xách súng đi
fire,
xử
and
đẹp tất cả mọi
explosions.
người.
And one of the most infamous things about the game is
Cái này
its
là
close-up and
Serial
detailed
Killer
execution.
Simulator nha
Similar
mọi
to
người.
Postal 1, the core gameplay loop is about making sure
Chắc
that
cái
the
game này bị
main
cấm ở
character
nhiều nước đó
reaches
nha.
his
Bị
goal
cấm,
of mass
bị
killing.
chính phủ
At
cấm.
the end of the game,
Lại
you
thế.
even blow up a nuclear power plant. Because of all this, some critics and players argued that Hatred glorified mass murder and trivialized real-world violence. But the developers defended their work by saying it was a reaction to political correctness in gaming industry. Hatred was controversial even before its release. Shortly after being submitted to Steam Greenlight in December 2014, Valve removed the game because of its violent content. But after backlash over censorship, Gabe Newell, the president of Valve, personally brought it back and apologized to the game's developers. And since then, Hatred remained available on Steam, and it even got an Xbox One port in 2020. Pico's School was released in 1999. It was made by Tom Fulp, the creator of Newgrounds, and it became a cult classic and shaped the
Chị nấu
entire
ăn, chị
Flash
cho ăn
game
chưa đúng
scene.
không? Có
At
con
first
sứa vô
glance,
nhà kìa
it
chị ạ.
looks like a simple
Chị
cartoon
không
shooter,
có ăn
but
sứa
the
em ơi.
inspiration
Ui dồi ôi.
behind it is what made it controversial.
Sứa
The
em nên
game
hiểu
was
một điều
released
rằng
just
nó là
3
một động
months
vật
after the
khá là
Columbine
phù
High
du,
School
nó chả có cái
massacre.
gì hết á.
Inspired by that tragedy, the game drops you
Mọi
into
người
a
ăn
school
nó
attacked
thì bởi
by a
vì mọi
group
người
of
buồn răng thôi
outcasts. You
chứ thực
explore
ra
the
nó chả
school
có cái
and
gì đâu
fight
em.
with gang members. Each gang member acts as a boss fight, and
Tôi
at
không
the
thích
end
ăn
of the
sứa.
game, it reveals that
Tôi
Cassandra, the
tôi cũng
gang's
tự hỏi tại
leader,
sao mọi
is
người lại ăn
actually
sứa.
an alien. And to stop her, you have to shoot her in a specific weak spot. Given the timing of its release and its graphic depiction of school violence, Pico's School immediately met with controversy. Parents and media called it tasteless and irresponsible, but none of that stopped it from becoming a classic Flash game. Despite, or maybe because of the backlash, the game exploded in popularity. Imagine waking up in a perfect 1950s town with friends and neighbors, but something is off. It's like the whole town is wearing a mask. That's Harvester, a 1996 classic horror game developed by a small studio called DGFX Interactive. While it plays like a traditional adventure game with things like clicking on locations, objects, and people, it quickly becomes something
Sẵn
else.
được không
The
ta?
game forces you into graphic violence to progress, and with its weirdly uncanny visuals of pre-rendered 2D backgrounds mixed with digitized actors, everything feels unsettling. You play as Steve Mason, a young man suffering from amnesia, waking up in a town of Harvest in 1953. He doesn't remember anything, not his past, not his family, and the people in town act weird. The things they say feel unnatural. Everyone in the town says that Steve is engaged to a woman named Stephanie Potsdam, so Steve goes and meets her, and he learns that Stephanie also has no memories of her past. They become lovers and look for a way to escape this place. But then things take a darker turn. If you don't want spoilers about the ending of the game, you can skip to the timestamp on the screen. Now, at the center of town, there is a building called The Lodge, and it's controlled by a cult named Order of the Harvest Moon. If Steve wants answers, he has to join the cult, but the entrance is not free. He must complete a series of tasks assigned by the lodge keeper. At first, they seem harmless, but then they force Steve to do a lot of darker things. One day, Stephanie disappears. You find out that she's in the lodge, and you finally get inside. There are rooms called temples, and people inside these rooms give Steve weird puzzles to make him reject traditional morality. They teach things like charity is meaningless and old people are disposable. You even see a room that looks like a kitchen, where a chef prepares human meat. And when you reach the ending, you learn that nothing was real. Everything in the town was all part of a simulation except Steve and Stephanie. The rest was part of an experiment by scientists in the 90s to test if it's possible to turn normal people into serial killers. Here, Steve is given two final choices. He can kill Stephanie and return to the real world as a killer, or he can choose love and stay with her, living the rest of their lives in Harvest. Now we're on to the level 2 of the iceberg with games that triggered outrage and made headlines. In 2004, a small Scottish studio called Traffic Games released something that instantly became one of the most controversial video games ever made, JFK Reloaded.
Chào buổi
This
trưa.
wasn't just another
Đấy,
historical
hello mọi
shooter,
người buổi
it was a
trưa
first-person
nha.
simulation where you stepped into the shoes of Lee Harvey Oswald and recreate the assassination of President John F. Kennedy as precisely as possible. Your goal is to match the official Warren Commission's version of events down to the millisecond. The more accurate your shots, the higher your score is. Developers of the game try to disguise it as an educational experience. They claimed that the game would help people to understand the physics behind one of the most infamous assassinations in history. Politicians, media, and the general public called it tasteless, disturbing, and disrespectful. News stations ran sensational headlines about a game that let you roleplay as JFK's assassin. And some
Nhắc nhẹ là
US
bro dùng từ
lawmakers
không phù
even
hợp
pushed
á.
to get it banned outright. But perhaps the most crazy part is that the developers held a competition where players could win up to $100,000 if they managed to recreate the shooting with near perfect accuracy. So obviously, this thing made the game's controversy skyrocket even further. Released in 1995 for the Super Famicom by a tiny studio called Happysoft, this obscure, janky shoot-'em-up game has gone down the history for all the wrong reasons. At first glance, the gameplay is simple. You control a guy named Chin, supposedly a relative of Bruce Lee, blasting through endless waves of enemies. But the game's difficulty is extremely high, and if you get hit even once, it's game over. And just to make things even more punishing, the game never ends. It just loops infinitely. The visuals are a complete mess. Chin isn't even an original character. He is literally a pixelated image of Jackie Chan. Backgrounds are just stolen assets, and the entire thing is set to a blaring, endlessly looping Chinese propaganda song that drills into your skull. Set in 1997, the year Hong Kong was handed back to China, the game follows Chin as he is hired to fight off an invasion and take down the so-called ultimate weapon, a zombie version of former Chinese leader Deng Xiaoping. The game's tone-deaf depiction of Chinese people and its reckless use of political figures already made it controversial.
Giống như mấy cái game của mấy cái thằng của mấy cha nội
Its game over screen. Instead
chống
of a simple
phá cái
try
kiểu
again
vậy.
message, players were
Nó
greeted
xàm
with
cái
a
gì vậy đây?
horrifying real-life photo of a dead
Hell.
body. No explanation, no censorship, just pure shock value. This disturbing imagery turned an already bizarre game into an urban legend. Few games have ever gained as much controversy as Super Columbine Massacre RPG, and for good reason. Released in 2005 by a solo developer, Danny Ledon, this indie RPG puts players in the role of Eric Harris and Dylan Klebold, the two perpetrators behind the Columbine High School Massacre. It was built with RPG Maker 2000 and it has a pixelated, retro look of a classic role-playing game, but its subject matter is anything but nostalgic.
Game này có vẻ
Players
hay.
navigate the day of the attack, step by step, starting with planning, gathering weapons and planting bombs, all leading up to the shooting itself. What
Game này
makes
mô
it
phỏng
even
lại
more
một cái vụ
unsettling is the detail.
xả
Dialogue
súng
is
ở bên
pulled straight
ở
from
bên
the
mẻo.
shooter's journals and video footage. Real photos and audio clips are everywhere.
Nó bỏ luôn cả
After the
hình thật
massacre,
vô.
Eric and Dylan descend into
Cái game này
hell,
game
where
này bị
they
cấm
fight
ở
their
Mỹ
way
quá à.
through a bizarre lineup
Chắc
of
game này bị cấm
characters,
rồi.
including historical figures like
Làm chơi
Oppenheimer
cỡ
and
này
John
thì ai mà
Lennon,
cho chơi.
alongside fictional ones like Pikachu and Homer Simpson. And the final boss is Satan himself. And as if the game wasn't already controversial enough, it ends with a press conference at the school, using actual footage from the real-life events. At first, the developer initially released the game anonymously, and revealed himself later. He defended the game as an attempt to explore the factors behind the tragedy: bullying, alienation, and the killer's warped mindsets. He insisted it wasn't about glorifying the shooters, but the public wasn't having it. The media went wild, using the Super Columbine Massacre RPG as fresh fuel in the never-ending debate about
Không có
whether
trêu
video
bạn nha.
games promote
Bạn không
real-world
thích thì đừng có
violence. It's
trêu
been
nha.
banned in
Ui rồi.
multiple places, and even now, nearly 2 decades later, it remains one of the most infamous and disturbing games ever created. Now we are entering the level 3 of the iceberg. Released in 2003 by an indie developer called Petrula Entertainment, this low-budget FPS was exactly what you expect from an era where the Iraq War dominated the headlines. You play as an unnamed American soldier, shooting waves of Iraqi enemies with clunky controls and some of the worst AI imaginable. Enemies just run straight into your bullets and they shout badly translated, stereotypical Arabic phrases. Then there is the final boss, Saddam himself. You just shoot him and that's the game. But Quest for Saddam's biggest controversy didn't come from its release. It came 3 years later in 2006, when the global Islamic media front took the game and reskinned it into something called Quest for Bush. This time, you play as a jihadist, fighting your way through American troops in one-to-one reskin of the original game. And instead of Saddam, your new target is President George Bush. Viet Rampage was released just 3 weeks after the Virginia Tech massacre in 2007. It was created by an Australian developer named Ryan Lamburn. You play as Sang Hee Cho, the real-life shooter, and the entire game is just you reenacting his attack on the university. The graphics and the gameplay are pretty simple. You just run through the school, gunning down students and teachers while avoiding the police. News stations lost their minds over this thing. Families of the victims were outraged and websites banned it immediately. Most developers, when faced with overwhelming backlash, either apologize, stay quiet, or just try to disappear. Not Ryan Lamburn. He doubled down. Rather than defending the game, he made fun of the outrage. And he even tried to profit from it. He demanded $1,000 to remove it from Newgrounds, $2,000 to take it off his own site, and for $3,000 he would apologize. So it was clear that the game was made for profiting of a real-life tragedy. Released in 2002 by National Alliance, a literal white supremacist organization, this game wasn't just trying to be offensive, it was just an extremist propaganda. Now calling this a game is generous. It's barely functional, even by early 2000 standards. It's a first-person shooter, and you play as either a KKK member or a skinhead, and you run through 2 awful-looking levels where your goal is to eliminate African Americans, Latinos, and Jewish people. And the final boss is none other than Ariel Sharon, the former Prime Minister of Israel. The entire game is covered in extremist symbols and imagery. Even the game's release date and price were meant to send a message. It was released on Martin Luther King Jr. Day, and it was sold for $14.88. A direct reference to 14 words slogan used by white supremacists. Major news stations criticized the game, and people were concerned about how games could be used as tools for spreading extremist ideologies. But ethnic cleansing was never available in places like retail stores. Instead, it was sold with racist music and literature in underground websites and communities. Back in 2013, a random post popped up on X, or the paranormal board of 4chan. The user claimed that they had found something weird at a tech expo. Among a bunch of normal CDs, there was a disc with a mysterious game called Station.exe, built in Blender by an unknown developer. Just a name and a file. Right away, Station.exe drops you into a pitch-dark, abandoned facility with unsettling ambient noise. The whole place feels wrong. As you start walking through the building, you realize that you're not alone. These massive, floating, lifeless human faces start following you. They don't move like normal enemies, they just hover, completely still until they are suddenly not. And if they catch you, you die. The game doesn't give you a game over screen or a reset. It just shuts itself down. But at one point, some players discovered GPS coordinates hidden on a wall inside the game. And these weren't just random numbers, they led to a real place. Specifically, an abandoned diamond mine in Russia, and the structure of the mine closely resembles the facility inside the game. Now this is where the mystery really picks up. The mine is a restricted area, so nobody could just walk in and check if the game was referencing something real. But if this was just a weird, random, obscure game, why would it point to a real abandoned site? And it doesn't stop there. When players started digging into the game's files, they found even stranger stuff like a link to a password-protected website and references to old posts from 4chan's keyboard, which, if you don't know, is the weapons board. So now you have a mysterious game that pointing to a real abandoned location with connections to weapon discussions and a hidden website that no one has been able to access.
Ra rồi, lỗi của quốc gia rồi. Lộ hết rồi.
Mixes it with some deeply unsettling themes and cranks the intensity up to about 1000. That's
Lộ hết cả bí mật quân sự rồi.
A Japanese studio known for making adult titles, Euphoria isn't just your typical point-and-click, branching path visual novel. At first glance, it looks standard enough. You make choices, shape the story, and interact with different characters. But once you start playing,
Người đi ăn cơm đi ha. Tôi quẹt xong cái tay này tôi cũng chuẩn bị đi ăn đây.
You take on the role of a character trapped inside a mysterious facility, along with a group of women who are being forced to participate in twisted, sadistic games by an unknown game master that force them to do things that are pretty uncomfortable to watch. Now, I could go into detail about the exact games being played, or what happens to the characters and how the plot unfolds, but I don't want to spoil it for you and also break the YouTube TOS. There's a lot of emphasis on power dynamics, manipulation, and what happens to the human mind when it's pushed beyond its limits. And while that all sounds like something deep, just know that the way it's presented is so extreme even within the adult gaming community. That being said, Euphoria has built up a loyal fan base, specifically among players who appreciate its deeper psychological themes, but its graphic nature made it a nightmare for distribution. Some releases had to be heavily censored, with certain versions removing or modifying content just to be legally sold. Meanwhile, special patches were released to restore everything the developers originally intended. Released in 2008 by a mysterious solo developer known only as 237, Demonophobia is a side-scrolling survival horror game that drops you into a literal nightmare. You play as Sakuri Kunikai, a 14-year-old who wakes up in a dark, fleshy, blood-stained hellscape with no idea how she got there. When she steps outside, she is immediately attacked by monsters. You don't get any weapons, you can't fight back, your only goal is to survive. And the game is really difficult, forcing you to learn through trial and error, and you will die, a lot. Dying in Demonophobia isn't just a quick game over screen. Every time Sakuri fails, the game forces you to watch as she meets an incredibly graphic and horrific end. Every single death animation is grotesque, excessive, and deeply uncomfortable to watch. It's not just the usual horror game gore either. They even force her to do things that are way too extreme. And to make it even worse, the game has zero sound, no dialogue, no music, no sound effects, just pure silence as you navigate this grotesque nightmare. Naturally, Demonophobia became infamous, but not just for its brutality, but for the fact that it was doing all of this to a young teenage girl. Even in the world of extreme horror games, this was too much for a lot of people. For years, nobody knew much about 237, the mysterious developer behind the game. But in 2021, they finally stepped forward and revealed themselves in a Japanese website as the creator of Demonophobia and its cancelled sequel, Xenophobia. And to prove it, they even released previously unseen beta files from the games. And as of now, they are still active in game development. Now we are on the level 5 of the iceberg. 177 is a Japanese game that was released in 1986 by DB Soft under the name Macadamia Soft. Now you might be wondering what's up with that number. It's a direct reference to Article 177 of the Japanese Penal Code, which criminalizes sexual violence. You can probably guess what kind of game this is. The entire premise revolves around chasing down a woman in a side-scrolling environment. In the first section, you, the player, must prevent the girl from reaching her home and dodging obstacles like stones, barriers, and even animals like dogs and turtles. But here's where it gets even more disturbing. If you manage to catch her, the game transitions into a full-on simulation of the crime, where the player inputs commands to match the character's actions, and the goal is to satisfy the girl. If you fail, you get arrested, but if you succeed, you are rewarded with one of the most disgusting conclusions imaginable. The girl marries the main character, and yeah, that's the windscreen of the game. Now you might be wondering, how did this get even released? Even in the Anything Goes era
Nếu
of
chúng ta
1980s
thắng cái
game,
game này thì
177 was
cái
too
ending
much.
của
The
chúng
game
ta
was
sẽ
banned
được cưới một
almost
con
as
quái
soon
vật
as it
nào
hit
đó.
store shelves. It became one of the first video games ever pulled from the market due to its content, and the developers never tried to re-release the game, no ports or remakes. It's been buried deep in gaming history. Lostboy.exe first popped up on 4chan's paranormal and video game boards back in 2012. Just a random, creepy game floating around with the name Rob attached to it as a supposed developer. The game itself is pretty simple. You wander through a maze-like environment filled with satanic imagery and distorted religious paintings staring at you from the walls. Classic eerie, lo-fi horror vibes. A little weird, a little disturbing, but nothing too wild. As Lostboy.exe started getting passed around, someone with bad intentions decided to mess with it. They took the game and injected it with a remote access Trojan and re-uploaded the game. So if you downloaded the wrong version, you weren't just getting a creepy indie game, you were unknowingly installing a virus that gave a hacker full access to your computer. They could dig through your files, turn on your webcam and steal your personal data without you even realizing it. And the game became infamous for that. Now fast forward to 2023, more than a decade later, and this mystery finally got some answers. A French YouTuber named Feldup managed to track down Rob, the original creator of Lostboy.exe, and talk to him. And according to Rob, he was once part of a small group of indie developers, which allegedly included the creator of Risk of Rain. Lostboy.exe was just a side project, something made purely to be scary and simple. A banned furry roleplay group from 4chan apparently wanted to get revenge from the site and re-uploaded the game with a virus. Splatter School is a Japanese 2D side-scroller horror game developed by Ankoku Marimokan. And if you ever played Splatterhouse, this is basically its hentai parody version. You play as Jessica, just your average high school girl, who takes a nap and wakes up to find her entire school has transformed into a nightmare. Because apparently, the principal read a cursed book, which in classic horror fashion, sacrificed everyone and unleashed a hellish nightmare world. The gameplay is pretty straightforward. You run, jump, explore the school, solve puzzles and beat enemies with whatever weapons you can find. So it's similar to Demonophobia, which we covered earlier in the previous level. But in Splatter School, if you take damage, a piece of her clothes disappears. And if you keep getting hit, she ends up completely naked. Because of course, that's a necessary game mechanic. And it doesn't stop there. When you die, you are treated to some of the most violent and grotesque death scenes imaginable. Splatter School has over 50 different ways to die, and it makes sure that you see every detail. All the gore, death scenes and the high school girl ending up this way made the game
Sao mấy cái
controversial.
game pixel nó lúc nào nó cũng nhìn
The story of Kamikushiki Village was released in 1995 for the PC 98. And if that
cái thời
name
mà
doesn't
người ta
ring a
làm
bell,
game
you
pixel
might
á,
recognize
nó
the
kiểu
developer, Ubisoft, the same
cái nội dung
company
của
who
nó
made Hong Kong Night 7. In this game, you don't play as some random
ý là
fictional
sao họ
villain. You
làm
play
nó
as
kinh dị theo
Shoko
cái hướng
Asahara,
mà
the real-life leader of
đổ
Om
máu rồi
Shinrikyo, the Doomsday cult,
game phèo
responsible
phổi
for
cái
the
kiểu.
Tokyo subway sarin gas attacks in 1995. The
Đấy là
game
người Nhật
literally
á, họ
puts
làm
you
mấy
in
cái game
charge
kinh
of
dị
one of
nó
the
toàn liên
deadliest
quan đến nội
terrorist
tạng,
attacks in modern
liên quan
Japanese
đến mấy cái
history.
thứ
It's
inside
like a
mình.
strategy simulation hybrid, but instead of managing a city or leading an army, you're building a death cult. Step by
Đúng rồi,
step,
chỉ có người
you
Nhật mới
recruit
làm được.
followers, collect funds, train cultists, and even level up Asahara himself. There's a countdown clock in the game, and as time passes, real-world events happen just as they did in actual history. And the game has two endings. If you successfully make the gas attacks happen, you win. But if you don't, the world ends. But what makes this game make it into the list is that the game incorporates real footage from the cult's propaganda, like actual clips of Asahara, his followers, and even the attack itself. So when people first found this game, they were horrified. Many people thought it was an actual propaganda tool created by the cult to recruit new members. But in reality, it wasn't. The game was actually meant to be satirical, a dark, over-the-top critique of Om Shinrikyo, portraying the cult and its leader in goofy ways. But still, there was a huge backlash in Japan. The country was still healing from the attack, and this game dropped just 3 months after the tragedy. So even though it was technically anti-cult, it was still seen as insensitive and incredibly offensive. Level 6, the bottom of the iceberg.
Iceberg.
Rootpain.wat is a Doom mod released in 2013 by a mysterious modder known as Saitoh. It starts in a disturbing, fleshy environment, like somehow you've been swallowed by something alive. The walls and floors pulse like organic tissue, while red blood cells float through the air. When you check the in-game map, you see the level name, Womb. And the layout of the map resembles a female reproductive system. And that's not all. Instead of being labeled as Doom Player, your character is called Parasite. And
Đây
then
giờ
there
tôi
is the
sẽ
fetus named
đi
Zygon,
ăn
a
tí nha mọi
reference to
người.
both creator and the
Mình
word
nghỉ tí, mình nghỉ
zygote,
tí.
the earliest stage of human development. And your goal is to destroy two organ-like structures. And they are very obviously designed to look like ovaries. When you destroy one of them, you suddenly hear a woman's scream echo through the level.
Đi ăn chút mọi người ạ. Tôi đã trở lại. Để coi. Mình tiếp tục nhé. Tiếp tục. Hello bạn Sơn. Hello bạn Belly. Rồi. Giờ mình xem cái khác đi nha. Tôi đang có hứng thú coi những thứ ghê gớm hơn cơ. Coi. Top 20 video đáng sợ nhất năm 2025. Đâu coi rồi. Đâu để coi. Xếp hạng những video đáng sợ nhất năm 2025. Vụ án tiệm vàng Kim Cindy hả? Xem thỏ đêm á hả? Bị bán quyền không vậy? Tiệm vàng hả? Thôi, mọi người biết hết rồi mà, coi làm gì nữa. Vụ đó thì ai cũng biết rồi mà.
A woman named Jessica says that she has recently purchased a fun playhouse for her daughter that looks very similar to their own house, complete with its own motion-sensing doorbell camera.
For a house tour of Emma's playhouse. Then Emma, I'm going to show them the door, okay? She really wanted it to have a doorbell camera like our front door.
But since then, things around their house have gotten a little spooky. Jessica's daughter says that she sometimes sees a quote-unquote scary guy in their house.
What guy?
Thỏ đêm hả? Thỏ đêm sợ bản quyền á chứ. Thỏ đêm chị biết thỏ đêm nhưng mà không biết có bị bản quyền không.
The guy is at the door.
Có một cha nội nào đó đang đứng ở ngay cái cửa.
Can we go together?
Yeah.
Do you want to open the door or you want mommy to open it?
I want mommy to open it.
Okay.
He's in there.
The guy?
Yeah. He's scary.
He's scary.
I'm scared.
It's okay.
No.
Jessica's daughter claims that the scary guy is in her room, but Jess doesn't see anyone or anything. She just dismisses the whole incident as likely being her daughter's overactive imagination. But then, a few nights later, something happens that absolutely freaks Jessica out. Jess is sitting in her living room when she suddenly receives a motion alert. Not from her own doorbell camera, but from the one on her daughter's little playroom house. When Jessica checks the notification, what she sees is like something right out of a horror movie.
Mẹ đi check cái camera. Cái camera bị di chuyển nè. Cái gì đó là cái gì? Có búp bê à? Đó là búp bê phải không? Cái tóc di chuyển kìa. Tức là tôi nhìn thấy bà mẹ tôi còn giật mình hơn á.
Now a note on this clip. This is not a motion camera that pans around the room on its own motor. This camera is actually attached to the playhouse door. So this back and forth motion means that the playhouse door is actually opening and closing. But it gets even weirder, because the camera repeatedly catches a little playtime mannequin head in the corner of the playhouse, and its hair seems to be lifted up by some unseen force, and then just suddenly drops back down. After this, Jessica has had about enough. She says that she took down the little playhouse, but her daughter still sometimes says that she sees the quote-unquote scary guy back in their house. On March 6, 2015, Jennifer Grossbeck was driving home with her 18-month-old daughter Lily secured in her car seat in the back. While driving along a lonely road in Utah, Jennifer lost control of her SUV and crashed off the side of a bridge, flipping her car upside down
Có
into the
nhạc hả?
freezing
Ê,
water
từ từ
of the
tôi coi
Spanish Fork
từ từ
River.
từ.
Most of the car
Tôi
was
coi thử tại
submerged in
sao
icy
coi thử có
water.
bị
And
cái
tragically,
này có phải là kênh
Jennifer Grossbeck passed
kênh cái dấu
away
tích không nha mọi
almost
người?
instantly.
Tôi cảm thấy mùi.
However, luckily,
Tự nhiên có nhạc. Tôi dấu tích chết tôi rồi. Chứ không bị đâu hả? Chứ không sao đâu đúng không nhỉ? Kênh này có dấu tích. Thôi mình đổi sang coi cái khác đi. Nó có dấu tích mọi người ơi, nguy hiểm đấy. Mùi đó, mùi là ăn dấu tích. Dấu tích thế này là dễ bị ăn lắm, ăn đạn lắm. Xem giờ chúng ta sẽ xem những cuộc chạm trán bất ngờ trong những buổi cắm trại nha. Đi cắm trại nha mọi người.
That's creepy, isn't it? Upside down Bible.
Nicholas Papara runs a small YouTube channel from Wisconsin where he posts fishing vlogs and reviews fishing equipment. His videos are typically relaxed and cheerful, as you'd expect from a fishing channel, but a video he posted in June 2025 took a much darker turn. The video begins like any other, with Nicholas fishing at a local river, while his dog Lola hangs out nearby. That's when things got weird.
Xem cái gì vui vẻ tí à? Không, tôi đang tập trung làm việc. Tôi phải coi ba cái thứ gì đó ghê ghê tôi mới tập trung được. Mấy cái vui vui này kia dễ bị ăn bản quyền lắm. Còn mấy cái này thì mới không bị ăn bản quyền nè. Nó xui vậy.
Wild expression. The stranger kept moving closer, sneaking through the brush as if trying to stay hidden. Nicholas thinks the man has left when he looks away, but the situation becomes even more disturbing.
Lola, come here. How's it going?
The stranger emerges from the trees, with a second person joining him. They don't speak to Nicholas or acknowledge him, and they don't seem to have any fishing equipment with them. All they do is stare or act like they're examining the trees, leaving Nicholas confused about what they want.
Mọi người hiểu không? Mọi người hiểu không? Mọi người nghe được không?
Runs a small YouTube channel from Wisconsin where
Ta nói rằng là ông này là
he posts fishing vlogs and reviews fishing equipment.
đây, ông làm vlog về việc câu cá.
As you'd expect from a fishing channel, but a video
Chủ yếu cái vai rất là chill.
2025 took a much darker turn. The video begins like any other, with Nicholas fishing at a local river, while his dog Lola.
Người ta nói là ông đang đi câu cá ở một cái dòng sông, thì cùng với con chó của ổng.
Hangs out nearby. That's when things got weird.
Nói rằng có cái gì đó rất kỳ lạ đã diễn ra. Đó, thấy cái dấu mũi tên không? Chắc là gấu thôi nhỉ. Đó, thấy cái gì đen đen không? Mọi người thấy cái gì đen đen như này không? Chắc chắn là không thấy đúng không? Tôi để nhỏ xíu mà sao thấy được. Nói chung là có cái gì đó đen đen ở chỗ này, nhìn giống gấu lắm.
On the edge of the riverbank, he spotted a stranger watching him from within the bushes. Nicholas mentions in the video captions that the man had an unsettling, wild expression.
Đó là nói rằng có một người đàn ông nào đó đang nhìn chằm chằm về phía ổng.
Nicholas thinks the man has left when he looks away, but the situation becomes even more disturbing.
Lola, come here.
Nói rằng là lúc ổng nhìn đi chỗ khác thì không, lúc ổng quay mặt sang bên khác thì ổng nghĩ rằng cái ông mặc áo đen đó ổng đi mất tiêu rồi, nhưng mà hình như là có gì đó không ổn.
How's it going?
The stranger emerges from the trees, with a second person joining him. They don't speak to Nicholas or acknowledge him, and they don't seem to have any fishing equipment with them. All they do is stare or act like they're examining the trees, leaving Nicholas confused about what they want.
Hai ông mặc quần đen. Một ông mặc áo xanh, một ông mặc áo trắng. Cái gì vậy? Cái này là là tính gì? Tính bắt cóc gì đây?
Come here. Come here.
Ban đầu tôi nhìn hai người đó, tôi tưởng hai người đó câu cá cùng, cái tôi tưởng cái vệt đen đen kia là hiện tượng lạ.
After several minutes, Nicholas decides he's had enough. He calls Lola, gathers his fishing gear, and the two of them move further up the river. As the video concludes,
sợ quá, thấy hai người nhìn chằm chằm sợ quá cho nên chạy.
Down the river, and then they came closer and closer, and they were just tending to look at the trees, and then they kept staring at me. Fuck. Usually people like say something or
Nói rằng hai người đó cứ thay vì nhìn cây cối gì đó thì cứ nhìn cái ông này hoài. Với lại đi gần, càng ngày càng tiến gần lại ổng, cho nên ông thấy sợ.
And why did they behave so oddly? Was it just curiosity, or did they have something more sinister in mind?
Chỉ có thế thôi.
Camping channel on YouTube featuring Gaz, the uploader.
Nghe như mùi mấy ông bắt cóc bên Trung Quốc. Chắc mấy người đó buôn người hoặc quanh đó có căn cứ quân sự. Mấy người đó là đang có thể là quanh đó đang có một cái hoạt động phi pháp gì đó, cho nên mấy người đó chỉ đơn giản là đứng canh chừng cái ông này coi thử ông có tính làm gì thôi. Làm gì không thôi.
In the woods of this reservoir. Now, I don't know where it is, but we're gonna find it. But this particular reservoir is very popular with dog walkers, so I'm gonna have to hang fire a little bit until everybody's buggered off home before I could set up camp.
His goal was to find a mysterious druid's altar rumored to be hidden somewhere in the woods near a local reservoir. The reservoir was unusually low due to recent dry weather, exposing beaches along its edge that weren't normally visible. While waiting for the dog walkers to clear out so he could set up camp, Gaz spotted what appeared to be an abandoned campsite tucked away among the trees. He made a mental note to investigate it later. After the area quieted down, Gaz found a perfect spot and set up his tent. Then the pair took some time to explore, discovering a beautiful waterfall cascading down rocks nearby. Back at camp as evening approached, Gaz brewed coffee on his portable stove, trying out a new set of magnetic gas canister legs that kept his setup stable on the uneven ground. As Fendi relaxed nearby, Gaz enjoyed the peaceful woodland atmosphere. Then suddenly, the silence shattered.
Bit of extra protein for you. Mate, go get your tent. Go on. Go get your tent. Go chill out for a bit. I'll have this and then we'll go for a walk. So impatient, isn't she? What was that? Did you hear that? Definitely sounded like a tree falling down from over there somewhere. I kept hearing stuff up behind me, and then big crash right over there, but I can't see out through trees.
A tremendous crash is heard from deep within the forest. Gaz initially thought it was a falling tree, but something about the noise felt deliberate, too purposeful. Despite the unsettling sound, his curiosity about both the abandoned camp and the rumored druid's altar drove him to investigate. Venturing deeper into the woods with Fendi at his side, Gaz began to feel uneasy.
I've just realised that that tree that collapsed earlier, or that branch that snapped, yep, Mr. Owl's out. That's up near where I saw that camp. So this might be a wrong move. Pigeons. Don't know if this is a good idea now. Come on, we need to go have a look, don't we? I can hear rustling over here, but I don't know if it's just my imagination playing tricks on me. Oh, this is a bit dodgy, isn't it?
The forest seemed too quiet, with only the occasional hoot of owls breaking the stillness. He started hearing rustling noises that might have been his imagination, but his instincts warned him something wasn't right.
Oh, look at this. And this isn't what I saw, but looks like someone's been making a fort here.
First, they stumbled upon what looked like a makeshift fort someone had built among the trees. Not far from it, they found the abandoned campsite Gaz had spotted earlier.
There it is, look, the tent. Hello? Hello? Fendi, come here. Fucking pigeon.
Câu hả? Bồ câu á?
Oh, I don't know. Oh, there you go. That answers it, doesn't it?
Fendi, shit me pants then, mate.
Oh, look. Bong there and cream of tomato soup. Mandarin pieces. Just bits of crap lying about everywhere.
Trash was scattered everywhere. Food wrappers, empty soup cans, and even drug paraphernalia suggesting whoever had been there wasn't just innocent campers. As they continued exploring, Gaz noticed strange splashing sounds coming from the direction of the water. More disturbing was the sudden dimming of his headlamp, which began failing without warning. In the weakening light, he caught a glimpse of something reflecting in the darkness.
Oh, great. That's all we needed. Oh, definitely just saw eye shine over there. Oh, fucking head torch.
Finally, at the bottom of a slope, Gaz made his most unsettling discovery.
There it is. We found it. It's a shame my head torch ain't working. There we go, look. Oh, what's that on top of it? What is that? Oh, do we dare even come in here? Holy Bible. That says the end there. Is it upside down? Why would it be upside down?
Sách.
It's Genesis, the first passage of the Bible. I don't know. It's got some scribbling on there.
Không có vẻ real nhỉ? Tôi không biết nữa, tôi thấy có chó, tôi thấy có chó dắt chó gì theo là tôi thấy real nha.
Mary Ann something or other. Eastwood, Todmorden, 1995. That's creepy, isn't it? Upside down Bible. Oh, I don't like that. Alright, let's see what we can see here. What's it made out of?
The supposed Druid's altar, but rather than an ancient stone structure, it was constructed from concrete blocks that appeared to have been taken from a nearby bridge. Most disturbing of all, an upside-down Bible lay open on top, its pages covered with strange scribbles, names and dates, including Eastwood Todden, 1995. The sight of the inverted holy book on what was supposed to be a pagan altar made no sense. Was this some teenager's idea of a joke? A sign of something more sinister? Or just an odd collection of discarded items? With his headlamp continuing to fail and Fendi staying close to his side, Gaz decided he'd seen enough. Whatever the meaning behind this strange shrine, it gave him an uneasy feeling. As they hurried back to camp, Gaz was left with more questions than answers. James is a YouTuber who runs the channel Under the Weather. He's well known for spending nights alone in some of the creepiest forests you can find in the UK. Usually cool and collected, James doesn't typically get spooked easily. But one night in a place the locals know as Devil's Wood, he ran into something that threw even him off balance. As darkness was closing in, James scrambled to get his campsite ready next to a peaceful stream.
Hello, welcome back to Under the Weather, live from the Devil's Wood. Now I'm losing daylight and I'm in a very precarious place, so I need to try and get some wood, and for a fire, but as you can see there's a lot of wetness around. I'm camped right next to a river. Tent's already up because, as I said, losing daylight. Let's show you the wee tent here. The only flat bit of ground is like this little strip here, which runs along this riverbed right in the middle of the Devil's Wood. Let's see if we can get some lights on the go. Yeah. I mean, if you look up, still daylight outside. Right, let's see if we can get some fire going.
The spot looked nice enough, but something felt off about it. It was damp, cut off from civilization, and weirdly quiet except for the water flowing nearby. He picked up sticks for his fire, got his tent up, and started getting everything set for a night out under the stars. While cooking his dinner, a weird noise suddenly cut through the quiet. At first, James thought it was probably just critters or stones moving in the water, the usual nighttime sounds that make you jumpy when you're alone. But then the noise started to change.
Right, time to get the shoes off and change a little bit. Hang on. Ow. Hang on. There will be little animals scratching around, you know, but and also it's when you're camping right next to a river, stream, whatever it is, you'll hear rocks going through the night, and your brain will tell you that's someone coming to get you, you know, but it's literally rocks just kind of being pushed down by the weight of the water. So I think, what the hell? Hang on, turn this. I think I just turn this. Hello, is there? Anybody there? Hello?
It became less random, more like something making it on purpose. James stopped dead, feeling that cold tingle of fear creep up his neck. He yelled out into the blackness, half thinking he was just letting his imagination run wild, but nothing called back, just his fire popping and the trees rustling softly in the wind. When he pointed his flashlight around the woods, something caught his eye.
Hello, is there? Anybody there? Hello? 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 Oof. What's that? Right.
Standing there between two trees was a figure dressed in red, just watching him silently from the dark. James couldn't move. When he swung his light back to the spot a second later, whatever it was had disappeared. Though seriously freaked out, James left his camp to investigate, both wanting and dreading another sighting of the figure.
Right. I'm gonna go have a look. Hello? Oh, that's again. I don't think I like the look of that thing, whatever that was. God save me. Right, let's see if we can get across the river without falling in.
Hello bạn Viet VXS. Không biết đọc đúng không nhỉ? Hello nha.
It never showed up again, so James returned to camp, though he could hardly sleep. When the sun came up, James grabbed his stuff and got out of Devil's Wood, but he couldn't shake the image of that person in red. Was it just some random hiker, his eyes playing tricks? Or had he actually seen one of the many ghosts people say haunt these woods? Whatever it was, James was just glad it kept its distance. In April 2019, an outdoors enthusiast called Jason posted a video on his YouTube channel, Appy Mountain Trekkers, showing his lone overnight stay in the mountains. His channel features all sorts of wilderness content, with Jason regularly sharing videos of his hiking trips, camping experiences, and woodland survival skills. For most of this video, the hike to his destination seems routine.
I'm heading up on the mountain to do some work at camp and do my first overnighter of the year solo.
Once he reaches his chosen spot, Jason gets busy pitching his tent and demonstrates for viewers how he builds a fire as daylight fades. While waiting for nightfall, he passes time by trying to carve a wooden spoon. During this activity, he notices an odd noise coming from a nearby mountaintop.
I can't figure out what that is. I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it sounds like some kind of, almost sounds like a bird, but it doesn't. Of course it quits. I'm hearing things. This may be a long night.
However, he dismisses the noise as wildlife and carries on with his evening preparations. Around 9 o'clock, Jason switches off his camera to sleep, but within an hour he's awakened by an unfamiliar sound.
Well, boys and girls, getting ready to hit the hay. It's a little after 9, and I'm whipped. I think I'm gonna sleep good tonight. It's supposed to be relatively warm, in the 50s, and it feels like it. Alright guys, I just want to give you a quick update. It's about 10 after 10. I laid down about 9 o'clock and I was trying to go to sleep. It took me a while and I was almost asleep, and sometime before 10 I was woke up by something I've never heard in my life. And I know this might sound sensational or something that, you know, I'm not bullshitting. I heard like 4 quick, very loud, deep guttural calls on this ridge behind me, behind camp. There's like a dip on the other side, and it goes up to a higher ridge on this backside, and it sounded like it come from over there. But it was like 4 calls, almost like a communication call of some kind. They were back to back, and then there was a pause, and then I heard 2 more. It scared the absolute shit out of me. I'm still rattled. I've never heard anything like that in my life. It sounded like a mix between almost like a pig, some kind of, I hate to even say it, but a pig, an ape, and the calls almost sounded like how the velociraptors communicate with each other on Jurassic Park. I've never heard anything like that in my life. Needless to say, I'm pretty wigged out being up here by myself. I got up and got this first thing. I don't know what the hell that was, but it was big. It sounded big.
The sound unlike anything he claims to have heard before. He describes it as a deep, throaty animal call, though its distance made identifying
Em
the
mua
source
app mà không
impossible.
tìm được.
After this unsettling interruption,
Tìm
he
gì?
attempts to go.
Em tìm gì?
1 a.m., he's disturbed again by what sounds like something or someone moving around his tent.
About 1 o'clock. heard something circle my camp.
Đâu chim mì. Cô tạo cái hình cá giống như chị. Em phải học từ cơ bản trước em đi lên nghiên cứu tool toán trước chứ vô cái xào làm. Tìm hiểu trước đã. Vô cái làm liền không được đâu.
Whatever it is, it sounded like there was 2 or 3 of them, and it started on the other side of my camp, went around my perimeter.
Con ngựa. Mấy người mắc cười thôi.
Whatever it is, it sounded like there was 2 or 3 of them, and it started on the other side of my camp, went around my perimeter.
Gần gió.
I heard that. Yeah. I think I'm going back to camp.
In the bottom left corner of the footage, when Jason sweeps his flashlight across the area, you can spot what looks like 1 or 2 pairs of eyes reflecting back. Though many creatures' eyes shine in the dark, the bright white glow suggests Jason had wolves or coyotes keeping watch on him. While dogs' eyes reflect similarly, it's not likely a domestic dog would be wandering the mountains near his tent at 1 a.m. Though wolves and coyotes rarely attack people and typically stay away from humans, they can turn dangerous when they feel cornered, particularly when protecting their young. Had this been happening, Jason could have been in serious trouble. The most disturbing part is that he seems completely unaware of the glowing eyes tracking him as he searches the darkness with his light. Thankfully, he returned to his tent and made it through the night, unharmed. The next day, he filmed a morning update for his subscribers, but made no mention of the eyes his camera had caught the previous night, hinting he never spotted them.
Thấy cuốn à. Mà cũng hơi cũng khá là buồn ngủ tại nó rề rà, tại nó nói nhiều quá. Nó không có vô thẳng vấn đề. Rồi cuối cùng là hiện tượng lạ mà cái ông này không gặp. Chả cái gì xảy ra tiếp theo. Không gì cảm thấy nó hơi rùng rợn thôi chứ chả có chuyện gì xảy ra.
That's when weird stuff started happening.
Those dogs are barking at me. I'm probably the only one that's here at this time. They're going crazy.
While filming the weathered headstones, she caught the sound of what seemed like children screaming somewhere in the distance. She thought she was totally alone in the cemetery. Turns out, she couldn't have been more mistaken.
So if you can't tell, it's pretty dark here right now, but there are kids here, like young kids in the cemetery. And I'm wondering how active this place actually is. Do people come here at night and kind of party in the forest or something? Anyways, I'm heading back to my spot. The dog barking, I didn't want to disturb anybody, especially since I'm not supposed to be here. So I think I'll finish my exploring tomorrow morning. And because there seems to be still a lot of stuff here. See? Hear them? I think they know I'm here. That's not good. Fuck.
Rồi cái xa xa.
I'm gonna keep this
Bạn nghe thấy không?
recording.
Nghe thấy tiếng rồi đó.
Just in case.
Nhưng tại sao bà lại đi vô mộ nghĩa địa vào nửa đêm vậy?
And find out what they're doing, if they're actually watching me or not.
Các bạn này đi vô nghĩa địa vào lúc nửa đêm nhỉ?
She noticed a group of kids far off who probably spotted her too. She figured these kids now knew someone was there and were just trying to freak her out. Still, she didn't take chances. She kept recording just in case and made sure nobody followed her back to her hidden spot. Back at her stealth camp, she lit a small fire to cook dinner. This proved to be a major mistake.
Khám phá hay đi dọn dẹp? Maybe.
I just had to put out the fire because there are people walking around back here. They don't have headlamps on, but like I said in my last video, I do not like being around people in the middle of a forest.
Như bà Finger gì đó
Especially
hả?
when it's dark out. So I might pack up and get out of here.
Soon after the flames got going, she heard voices and footsteps moving through the woods toward where she was camped.
Okay, I'm packed up. I'm ready to go. So, luckily I have a friend that lives around this neighborhood, so maybe I'll just go continue this night in their backyard because I was looking forward to having a nice night. And there's still people here. I can barely hear their voices, but they're like way off in the distance. And there's the occasional dog bark. That dog that was barking at me, he keeps barking.
We'll never know what those kids were really up to because she'd made the smart move
Cứ
to
nghe thấy
dodge
tiếng
any
chó
trouble
sủa thôi,
by
nghe
quickly
hoài à,
gathering
nó
her
cứ
stuff
sủa bãi
and
hoài.
slipping away from the cemetery,
What?
taking extra care to stay silent the whole time.
The vast majority of the cosmos is voids. Gigantic, unfathomably large spaces of empty.
Rồi, cái này video tiếp theo là cái gì đây? Cháu nha. Cái này có bị bản quyền không nhỉ? Ui, bản quyền hả? Bản quyền. Cái này yếu tích không? Ôi, cái này không sao, cái này không sao, cái này coi được. Này là những thước phim ghi lại được về những lần chạm trán hiện tượng siêu nhiên.
Of this iceberg. Level 1. Granny discovery.
In March 2022, YouTubers Chris and Meg set out to explore an abandoned farmhouse in the UK that looked long abandoned. Broken windows, crumbling walls, and overgrown yards gave it the classic abandoned vibe, but there was something off. Every closet was full of clothes, as if someone had just stepped out decades ago. It felt like a time capsule
Cái bà
hiding a
bên Mỹ mà
story
nổi
no
tiếng
one
dọn
had
nghĩa trang miễn
expected
phí
to
hả?
find. As they moved
Bà có
through the
dọn
living
đâu,
room,
bà,
old
bà
family
tưới tưới
photographs
này
set
kia thôi,
books,
thật sự dọn
junk
đâu
and
mà.
debris were scattered across the floors, and at one point, they even stumbled across a decayed bird. Everything was exactly what they had expected, but then one bedroom revealed the strangest discovery. There, a walker and an elderly shopping bag sat almost perfectly preserved. It was strange how well kept they looked, and that's when a voice from the back said, "Can I help you?"
Can I help you? Oh my god. Hello. You're alive. What? No, man. You can't live in here. Yeah? No.
Chris and Meg froze. Lying in the nearly worn-out bed was an old woman, and she was very much alive. She introduced herself as Jane, and she had been living in this house since 1993.
Yeah. So sorry we didn't
What's your name, anyway?
again.
Jane.
Well, sorry, Joe. I didn't realise anybody was living here.
The shock was immediate that this wasn't just a decaying home. Someone had made a life here for nearly 30 years.
1993.
Oh god.
Wow, so you've been here nearly 30 years.
Almost, yeah.
Nearly 30 years.
Is that how long you stayed in here then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Once the initial surprise faded, concern
Cái
set
nhà ở
in. Chris
tàn
and
nát
Meg
đến mức người
offered
ta
to
tưởng
fix
là không
the
có ai
broken
ở hay
window
sao
they
đây.
had used to enter and asked if she
Nhà
needed
dơ nó không
supplies.
ai.
Jane politely
Cái nhà
refused.
nó
Do you need any food or anything?
Like, if we can come and drop something off on Monday or something for you, anything like, they're your slippers?
Yeah. Do you want some new? Do you need some new slippers? Do you need
Get
anything?
you some new slippers and some nice blankets.
No, I'm alright for blankets.
Yeah, but look at them, they're horrible.
Yeah.
They later learned that adult care services knew about her situation and that her husband checked on her regularly, but for reasons no one could explain, she chose to stay in this home. As they left, the house looked the same as when they arrived, but their perception of abandonment had shifted entirely. That's just sad. That sounds like a person who's in need, but maybe isn't in the mental place to really accept it. But I don't know exactly what you do in that situation, but I feel terrible for her. Southern Cali Paranormal Crew. Urban explorers usually worry about broken floors, security guards, or sometimes the police, but what scares them the most is running into another person. And that's exactly what happened to a member of the Southern Cali Paranormal Crew during a solo exploration in a rundown house in Colton. The building looked abandoned from the outside, which is usually the green light that explorers rely on before stepping in. So he began moving through the house with his camera, checking room after room while talking to the audience and pointing out small details along the way. At first, nothing seemed unusual. The house was messy and clearly neglected for years. Still, there were small hints that someone might have been around recently, like a few items that didn't look completely old. Now, even then, it wasn't enough to make him think the house was occupied. Eventually, he reached a room that was completely dark. There was no light coming from the windows, and the doorway opened into pitch blackness. For a better view of the room, he slowly stepped forward and raised his camera, hoping the lens would pick up something his eyes couldn't. But then a calm female spoke from the darkness.
I can't see nothing. Oh, I'm sorry about that. Just taking some pictures of the property. I'll be out here in a second, all right? Scared me.
Someone was already in the room. The entire situation flipped. Just seconds earlier,
này
he
giống
thought he
như
was alone exploring an empty house, but
tự
now
nhiên vô nhà người ta cái ngạc nhiên bởi vì có người sống ở
he
đây.
immediately apologized and explained
Ngộ
that
ơi.
he was just taking photos of the property. Then he slowly backed away and left the
Này
room
là
alone.
tự nhiên xông vô nhà người ta, cái ngạc nhiên là
If the woman had
có
been
người sống
sitting
ở
in
đây.
that room the entire time, she must have heard the explorer
Chắc
moving
cái
through
nhà
the house
nhìn
and
bề ngoài
camera.
cũ kỹ kinh khủng
Why
lắm hay
didn't she
sao
say
vậy trời.
anything earlier or step out sooner? Two Swag's frantic escape. Two Swag is a well-known YouTube creator who explores strange places in a hazmat suit and a mask. In early 2025, he heard about an abandoned hospital in
Chơi
Madrid,
tảng
so
băng chìm với thuyết âm mưu à.
all the way across Europe
Không biết nữa, cái này người là xếp hạng của người ta thôi. Người ta nói là những cái đoạn video video mà là người ta đi khám phá nhà hoang á, thì bất ngờ nhận ra là có người sống ở đó, mặc dù là nhìn bề ngoài nó không có khác gì cái nhà hoang hết, tan hoang rồi bụi bặm cái kiểu, nhưng mà cuối cùng là có người ở trong kiểu vậy.
CCTVs were very much active and the guards weren't that old either. Still, if he stayed quiet, they might not notice him. However, the bigger problem was that every door was barricaded. Moving through the building meant pushing things aside, which meant noise. And his goal was to find an operating theater that might still be intact. As he slowly moved through the halls, he opened a door and immediately saw a man sitting in a chair, his arms hanging to the sides. For a second, it looked like a dead body.
But, oh my gosh, that scared me so bad. I have never felt like a heart sink that deeply before.
But when he got closer, he realized it was a very realistic dummy placed there to scare intruders. Honestly, if I saw something even close to a human figure in a place like that, I would have turned around immediately. Instead, he kept going. While climbing through the floors, he suddenly heard security guards just one floor below him. Now, at that point, he had two choices: get caught or keep moving and hope they lost him. And he didn't fly from Europe to meet guards, so he kept moving. When he reached the top floor, another barricaded door blocked the way, and this time he forced his way through, which alerted security. So before they could catch him, he quickly hid inside a closet. For nearly an hour, he could hear guards walking right outside while he stayed completely still. They never checked the closet. I guess some horror video games are right. After they left, he continued searching, but security was still inside the building. At one point, he heard them call out, "Come here," so he ran again and hid in a bathroom for another 45 minutes. By now, he assumed he wouldn't be able to find the surgery theater at all, but when he finally stepped out of the bathroom, he saw several surgery rooms and labs. From a window on that floor, he had a clear view of the guard shed. There were 3 of them, armed with a baton.
There's 3. No, don't go back. He has a baton. He has a baton.
The danger was imminent, yet he kept
Sợ bí mật
filming
nào
them
đó.
from the window until
Tôi sợ
one of
nghiên
them
cứu bí
made
mật gì đó.
direct eye contact. That's when Two Swag realized he might have pushed his luck a little too far. He ran through corridors again, and somehow, while running, he walked straight into the operating theater he had been searching for. The equipment was gone, but the overhead lights showed what the room used to be. After filming it, he rushed out, found an open window, and jumped outside, only to notice canine dogs patrolling the area. Luckily, the dogs were on the other side, and he managed to escape without getting caught. Later, he realized something frustrating. The hospital actually had 2 operating theaters, one empty, which he filmed, and another that still had equipment, and he missed that one. So the trip across Europe might not have gone exactly as planned, but it was definitely an experience. By the way, folks, don't do this. Don't trespass and go into property and run from security guards. probably isn't gonna end well. Level 2. Cleveland's Elderwood Avenue. Elderwood Avenue in Cleveland isn't just abandoned, it's dangerous. It was once controlled by gangs and riddled with violence. Now the neighborhood is mostly empty, but that doesn't mean it's safe. On February 12, 2023, a YouTuber, Ace, and his crew decided to explore the decaying houses anyway, despite knowing the history. Snow crunched under their boots as they stepped inside the first building, and the air hit them with the smell of rot and old debris. The buildings were falling apart, and every step felt risky. At one point, an explorer almost fell through a massive hole in the floor, but managed to catch himself just in time.
What's the door doing? Yes. Oh my, I just about walked right through that.
You did?
If your light wasn't on, I wouldn't have seen that.
I just said there's a big hole there.
A misstep here could have meant serious injury, but the crew kept moving, scanning the shadows and the wreckage. They found old leftovers from years gone by, broken furniture, and even a shopping cart in the middle of a hallway, a clear sign that someone else had been there before them. As they moved deeper, the tension only grew. And then, unexpectedly, they ran into someone, and that someone turned out to be a former gang leader of the area.
Holy shit. I'm so sorry, dude. You scared the shit out of me.
He wasn't aggressive, but still, the gang leader aura made him somewhat intimidating. He told them about the neighborhood's violent past, about people who still lurked in the abandoned houses, and urged them to be careful. The interaction ended with both parties saying their greetings and walking away.
Man, do you mind if we take some pictures of this building? No, we're good. Thank you, though. We can get to this building from here, right there.
But what if in that moment someone else had walked in? Someone with less patience and more hostility. Abandoned prison. Imagine breaking into a prison and then realizing you might actually end up there the legal way. That's exactly what happened to a YouTuber named Chuck, the creator behind the channel Condition Orange. He and his partner Rick were filming one of their usual urban exploration videos inside a deserted all-female prison. Now at first, the visit felt routine. The place looked completely empty, so they decided to go deeper inside, eventually reaching the maximum security wing, which is the part of the prison designed to make escape nearly impossible. And that's when things changed. While checking the outside from the roof, Chuck spotted something that immediately ruined the whole plan. There were police vehicles and a fire truck parked near the prison, and 2 officers were already on site. Suddenly, their exploration turned into a survival problem. Now, from what we've gathered about old prisons, they're not built for quick exits, and this one was no exception. Doors were sealed, stairwells were narrow, and the remaining exits were limited. If officers decided to check the building, there was a good chance Chuck and Rick would be found.
Cops are here. Where are you? Yes, I'm serious. Follow me quickly. We're going to the roof.
So instead of running, they hid in a small room deep in the building, turned off their lights, and stayed completely silent. Even minuscule sounds echoed through the halls, and from where they were sitting, it sounded like the police might be directly below them. And Chuck believed that if by any chance the officers were to walk up the stairs and open the door, they'd probably have their guns out.
If he starts walking up this stair and he opens that door, I'm gonna say, there's someone in here. Yeah. Don't shoot. Chances are if they're gonna come up here, they're gonna have the gun already out. Because I would.
For nearly 3 hours, the 2 explorers barely moved, whispering to each other and listening for any sign of the officers. Eventually, Chuck decided to scout the area. The building looked quiet, but no one wanted to take chances. They waited until the sun started setting before finally making their move. Then they ran.
Toàn mấy cha nội xâm nhập bất hợp pháp, xong rồi bị phát hiện rồi bỏ chạy. Rồi trốn. Từ từ ra. Đổi. Thấy cái gì đó không đúng.
They knew that they were finally clear. Level 3. Area 51. Do you know the UK also has an Area 51 and the stories there
Bạn đã từng nghe
Area
khu vực 51. À, vậy mấy người này là biết là bị cấm nhưng mà dân vô.
In 2019, a YouTuber named Andrew from the channel Proving Demons decided to explore it anyway. At first, he tried to find a legal way to access the tunnels, but when that failed, he decided to try something far less legal and much riskier. I feel like I need to say again, we're not condoning this. Don't do this stuff. You don't want to go to jail just to walk around a place that's mold and dirt. Outside a nearby hotel, there was an old metal access cover, and once they lifted it, a deep shaft opened beneath them, which led straight down into the system. From there, they climbed inside and walked through long concrete passages that ran beneath the river and eventually connected to other underground routes. At first, the site was exactly what they had expected. There were empty tunnels, dripping water, and the usual echo that comes with places like this. Then they started hearing voices. Not one voice, but several.
It's people. That is a voice. Right, close up. Stand out of the way.
It was almost like a chant or like a group of people speaking together far below them. Now at that point, the group realized they clearly weren't alone down there. Well, curiosity got the better of them, so Andrew carefully moved toward the edge of an opening and looked down. And what he saw made the situation even stranger. Right beneath them was a line of boats traveling very slowly through the underground waterway. Each one carried several people sitting quietly in the dark. And the part that stood out immediately was how organized it all looked. The boats moved in a steady line as if they used this passage routinely, yet none of the people had safety lights, uniforms, or anything that would suggest an official operation. For a moment, Andrew considered the obvious explanation that they might be maintenance workers, or maybe it was some kind of underground tour. But the more they watched, the less the idea made sense. Whatever these boats were doing beneath the city that night, it clearly wasn't meant for people wandering down with cameras. So instead of getting closer, the group backed away and quietly continued through the tunnels. Abandoned prison. In November 2019, Brennan from Uncharted Travels decided to go out on one of his most intense adventures yet. He planned on an overnight camping trip inside the abandoned Camp Bison prison deep in a remote part of Ontario. After driving for 5 hours and hiking another 2, he finally reached the decaying structure, far from any sign of civilization. With no roads leading to the prison, he was completely isolated, and any misstep could have serious consequences. Once inside, Brennan explored the building to look for a safe spot to camp, and the cafeteria seemed to be the best option, so he settled there. Now at first, everything seemed quiet, but soon a loud bang echoed through the building, like something heavy had been thrown. He brushed it off, thinking it was the wind or the building's deteriorating condition. A while later, more deliberate noises came from down a hallway, but every time he would get up to investigate, the noise would stop.
I'm in my tent and I keep hearing something outside. Sounds like it's in the corridor, one of the corridors. Of course now it's... Did you hear that? I hope We're checking this out.
It was odd, but he couldn't do anything, so he returned to his tent, trying to sleep despite the strange sounds. Then, things escalated. Around 1:30 a.m., a pack of coyotes surrounded his tent, growling and attempting to push inside.
Holy, there's a coyote outside. Right outside my tent. Hey buddy, you want to leave me alone?
À, chó sói.
I just want to go to sleep. Go away. Go away.
At that point, Brennan only had a knife and bear spray. Still, he managed to scare them off. However, they kept returning, more aggressive each time. With no safe way back to his car and darkness all around, he had only one choice: the roof. So he ran there and barricaded himself inside. From above, he could see the coyotes circling, growling, and tracking his every movement. By sunrise, the pack had finally left, and Brennan made his escape. He was definitely traumatized, but unharmed. And the lesson we learned was that abandoned buildings not only have squatters, but sometimes coyotes as well. Man trapped in sewer, Melbourne, Florida. Out of all the cases we've explored so far, this one baffled us the most. Not because of what happened, but because there's nothing else out there. Just this one video and nothing more. Back in October 2016, a YouTuber, Gabriel Bosenberry, decided to check out an abandoned building near Ogali in Melbourne, Florida. He was expecting a routine exploration, but what he stumbled upon was anything but ordinary. As he roamed the area, Gabriel began hearing strange noises coming from a nearby sewer, and when he followed the sounds, he discovered something straight out of a horror movie. More specifically, It. Hiya, Georgie. Down in the sewer tunnel, a man was completely stuck, wedged between concrete walls. He appeared unstable and desperate, clawing and scratching at the concrete in a frantic attempt to free himself. Gabriel tried to communicate by asking questions, but the man was erratic and almost incomprehensible, making the encounter even more surreal and somewhat difficult for both of them.
You can't make this man. What do you got, a flashlight?
Yeah.
Oh, you got yourself in a up position, man. Are you hiding from somebody?
Nope.
Well, so what the are you doing in here?
Amazing grace, how sweet.
Look at this. This is nuts. This is straight out of a horror movie, man.
At one point, Gabriel even remarked on how absurd the situation seemed, because how could someone climb down into a sewer and end up trapped like this? The desperation in the man's movements, combined with the eerie echoing sounds of the tunnel, made the scene disturbingly tense. However, despite Gabriel's presence, there was no resolution. The man remained stuck, scratching at the walls, and Gabriel was unable to help. Shockingly, this was the last video Gabriel ever uploaded. He never returned to the channel, leaving the incident and the man's fate completely unresolved. The Body Stain House. Most abandoned houses tell their stories through the things left behind. However, every once in a while, an explorer walks into a place where the story isn't told by objects, but by something far more unsettling. That is what happened to urban explorer David McConkey, the creator behind the channel Freaktography, during an exploration in November 2021. The personal belongings of the former resident were still scattered throughout the rooms, almost as if the owner had simply stepped out one day and never returned. Old records were stacked around the house, and the walls were heavily covered in mold, suggesting the building had been sitting empty for quite some time. But as David continued moving through the house, it became clear that the real story of this wasn't hidden in the objects left behind. Something on the floor caught his attention. Now, at first, it looked like nothing more than a dark patch on the surface, the kind of stain you might expect in an old house. However, the longer he looked at it, the more the shape began to
Dẹp đi.
make sense.
Nó sơ được rồi.
And that's
Dù
when
gì
he
cũng vẽ lại.
realized what he was actually
Úi giời
looking
ơi.
at. The stain clearly outlined the shape of a human body. You could make out the legs, the torso, the arms, and even the shape of the head. Nearby, a wig sat still on the floor.
Okay. That is very, very sad, guys. You've got legs, you can see the torso, the arms, and the head. That is my second body stain, guys. My second body stain. There's a wig right there.
In that moment, the entire tone of the exploration shifted. What David had thought was just another abandoned house was something explorers had covered before. And according to what they had previously reported, an elderly woman had collapsed in that very spot and passed away there. No one knows how long she remained there before she was discovered. Realizing that, the explorer carefully stepped around the stain, making sure not to disturb it. However, while he avoided stepping on it in the moment, it's safe to say the image of that silent outline probably stayed with him long after he left the house. Now, the cases so far were scary, but the next levels were so traumatizing that it was even hard for me to watch. So subscribe and buckle up. Level 4. Abandoned Asylum. In the late 1800s, a massive state psychiatric hospital was built in Milledgeville, Georgia, which closed toward the end of the 20th century. And by the 21st century, it had become one of the most notorious abandoned buildings in the US.
Chạy ra lấy đồ tí mọi người ạ.
Supernatural, but because of the history, an explorer from the channel Abandoned Central
Mày
set out
để
to
mọi người ngồi
explore
nghe.
this massive state asylum with his team. A broken window was used as an entry point, and once inside, the
Chạy ra tôi lấy đồ cái nhé.
scale of the hospital became apparent. Large day rooms stretched across entire floors with their faded murals barely holding onto the walls. Long corridors connected rows of patient rooms, where each door was fitted with small circular windows for observation. Even after decades, the building still carried an atmosphere that was difficult to ignore. However, the real weight of the place came from its past. The hospital originally operated during the segregation era and was built specifically to house black patients who had been labeled mentally unwell. Now, on paper, it appeared to provide care, whereas in reality, it was just another way to torture them. In many cases, the reasons for admission were disturbingly minor. Historical accounts show that some individuals were committed simply for speaking out of turn or behaving in ways society considered unacceptable at the time. Inside, the conditions were far from humane. Patients were often confined to metal-barred rooms, overcrowding was common, and oversight was minimal. By the early 20th century, the institution had also begun a forced sterilization program that would eventually affect thousands of people. Those dark chapters still lingered throughout the buildings. During the exploration, the team eventually reached the hospital's old morgue. Several body vaults were still built into the wall, and an autopsy table sat nearby, surrounded by stagnant water and rusted pipes that had somehow remained untouched for decades. However, the most tense moment came from something far more ordinary. While exploring another section of the complex, they suddenly noticed a maintenance worker standing outside one of the windows.
There's a worker right outside the window. He's like 10 feet from us.
The group immediately froze, hoping he wouldn't look their way. Eventually, the worker moved on, so they continued exploring. As they were about to leave, they discovered an old dentist's chair, still intact with its tools attached. For the explorers, finding something like this was the ultimate success. After taking sufficient pictures and videos, they were able to leave without getting caught. The Poveglia Asylum. In 2014, a group of explorers decided to visit one of the most forbidden islands in the Venetian lagoon. Overgrown and surrounded by water, the island was said to be haunted, and police had long banned visitors after countless unexplained injuries and deaths. As the team made their way through the dense forest, they finally reached the entrance to a building that was supposed to be an abandoned psychiatric hospital called the Poveglia Asylum. Inside, the hospital was a maze of dark hallways, rusted bed frames, and decaying examination rooms. Every step felt dangerous. Strange cold spots and flickering lights set nerves on edge, and for reasons they couldn't explain, some of their equipment stopped working. Following faint heat signatures, they were led to the bell tower, the most infamous part of the hospital. It was here that the island's eerie reputation seemed real, as the lights flickered, equipment failed, and a constant sense of being watched filled the air. When they finally escaped, several of the explorers noticed unexplained scratches and marks on their skin and believed the island had left its mark, which to some extent is correct. That we need to go at least a century back. The island was once a plague quarantine station where thousands of victims were burned, leaving the soil half human ash. Later in the 20th century, it became a psychiatric hospital. Legend tells of a doctor in the 1930s who performed crude lobotomies using hand drills and hammers in the bell tower. Eventually, he allegedly went mad and jumped to his death. Today, the hospital stands abandoned as a silent monument to disease and the lives lost to the doctor's cruel experiments. Birmingham's abandoned cinema. Urban exploration is always a mix of thrills
rạp
and
phim bị
risk,
bỏ
but some
hoang
buildings
mà.
just have a way of amplifying that tension. On September 25th, 2017, the team behind Plan Zero snuck into a long-abandoned cinema in Harborne, Birmingham. From the outside, it looked like another forgotten relic of the past, but once inside, the atmosphere was kind of eerie. To enter, they had to climb through a narrow, smashed window, and in the process, they got minor cuts. But soon after, the cuts would be the least of their worries. The high ceilings, overhanging balconies, and fading decor made it clear that this was once a grand space, but now it felt fragile, as if one misstep could send the whole place crumbling around them. At first, the tension was subtle, with small noises, flapping pigeons, and the echo of footsteps across cracked tiles, but it quickly escalated.
There's just noises. Oh my god, it was my shadow. There's just noises everywhere. It's so sketchy.
Objects seemed to move just out of sight, and shadows shifted in ways that didn't make sense.
What the Bro, did you fucking hear that? Did you hear that?
While checking one of the upper balconies, something flew around the corner with a sound that was unmistakably deliberate. Even after thinking it might have just fallen, their instincts screamed that someone or something was there. So they decided to get out of there as soon as possible.
What? Dude, what? Nah, you...
We
okay.
need to go now.
Go. There was definitely something there. Honestly, go.
But the real panic hit when a figure dressed entirely in black suddenly charged towards them. There was no time to think or a chance to reason. They stacked cabins to reach the tight window they had come through, threw themselves out, and sprinted to the car. Later, they pieced together all possibilities of what could have happened. And the most plausible explanation was that a squatter living in the cinema was done with trespassers, so he decided to scare them off in the most terrifying way possible. Abandoned grow operation. In February 2024, YouTuber The Fam ventured into an abandoned grow operation. And the first thing that shocked him were the signs of recent police activity. There were evidence bags from early January, along with soil, lights, and fertilizers, hinting at how recently the place had been active. But that was only the start. As he moved through the building, strange noises started to echo from different corners, some near the back rooms, some above him.
What the hell was that?
What in the hell? Did you guys hear that?
The more he moved, the less predictable the environment became. At first, it might have seemed like a squatter, but the sounds were everywhere, coming from multiple directions. It was unsettling and unexplainable, leaving us all questioning what he was really dealing with.
Hello? You're not funny.
We gotta go find out, because there's no way I can stay the night knowing that there's somebody here doing this. What the?
Still, he kept moving. Then, while entering a room, something was suddenly thrown at his back. That's when he knew for sure that he wasn't alone.
Hello?
Ah! Oh my god, what the hell?
Dude, what in the hell, guys? This isn't funny.
Everywhere, coming from multiple directions. It was unsettling and unexplainable, leaving us all questioning what he was really dealing with.
Hello? You're not funny.
We gotta go find out, because there's no way I can stay the night knowing that there's somebody here doing this. What the?
Still, he kept moving. Then, while entering a room, something was suddenly thrown at his back. That's when he knew for sure that he wasn't alone.
Hello?
Ah! Oh my god, what the hell?
Dude, what in the hell, guys? This isn't funny.
Distracted by the sounds and trying to stay alert, he didn't watch
Có
his
ông nội nào
step.
đó quăng đồ ra phía sau hả?
And he plunged into a hidden hole. The hole was filled with water and he got completely soaked. His elbows scraped against the edges, and worst of all, his camera was smashed. After
Camera bị đưa bị
Sam took a step back and realized the building had been sending warnings all along. So he made the smart choice and left before something worse happened. Abandoned power plant.
Abandoned power plant.
YouTuber Urban Rocked set out to explore a long-abandoned power plant. This gigantic relic from the mid-1900s had been left untouched for decades. Little information existed about the site, and that only piqued curiosity. And that curiosity led to the most harrowing experience of the YouTuber's career. Urban Rocked and a friend made their way inside, carefully navigating through rusted staircases, cracked floors, and walls packed with decay. Their initial goal was to reach one of the cooling towers, but after a tense climb, they decided to push further, heading toward the largest building on the property, which was connected to the rest of the plant by an elevated, crumbling walkway. While exploring the lower levels, faint sounds of movement above caught their attention. As footsteps echoed across unstable floors, it seemed like a simple trespassing scare, but then it quickly escalated.
What happened?
Okay, tập này.
What?
The noise grew louder, soon accompanied by metallic crashes that made the whole building tremble. Before they could react, the upper floor began collapsing. Dust and debris, along with chunks of metal and concrete, started raining down. There was barely any time to think. They sprinted toward the nearest exit, leaping over fallen beams and dodging the falling rubble. It suddenly looked like a scene from an action thriller, except this time there were no retakes. Thankfully, they got out in time, and once the adrenaline wore off, the truth became obvious. The plant was abandoned because it was collapsing. Needle attack. In January 2019, YouTuber Lewis Clark and several friends entered an abandoned hospital to film another urban exploration. The building was in rough shape, with dim corridors, dusty rooms, and old documents scattered across the floors. While moving through one of the hallways, the group noticed a man sitting on a chair in a nearby room. Lewis called out to let him know they were filming, hoping to avoid any tension. The stranger didn't respond much, and for a moment the encounter seemed like it might end quickly. Instead, the situation turned dangerous in seconds. The man suddenly rushed forward and jabbed one of the explorers, Sam, with a needle before quickly running off. The group froze for a moment, trying to process what had just happened, then panic set in.
Zoom in on him.
Sam? What was that? Mate, move, bro.
Get it up, just get it out, Rob. Just get it out.
Has he trapped you in the middle?
Don't move. Just go get him, do something. Go get him.
Oh, what is it? Let me see that needle, Get Sam out.
They pulled the needle out and checked the wound. Blood was visible, and the seriousness of the situation became clear. Now, a needle on its own may not seem like much of a weapon, but the real danger lies in what it might carry. Contaminated needles can transmit diseases like HIV or certain forms of hepatitis, and in that moment, there was no way to know where this one had come from or what might have been on it. So the next best course of action was to squeeze the wound and get Sam to a hospital immediately. Within minutes, they were outside the building
chiêu cái quả kim tiêm bay vô cổ.
Thankfully, doctors later confirmed that Sam did not suffer any major long-term harm. Level 5. Devil's Elbow Mansion. Some places are so notorious that you'd rather face spirits than anyone still walking inside. One such place sits in North Bruce, a small community in Ontario, Canada. Locals often call it the Devil's Elbow, a nickname tied to rumors that an occult priest once lived in the mansion and performed strange rituals there. Strange rituals, know what I mean? Aye? Nudge, nudge. Get it? Devil's Elbow? Come on. Over the years, the property gained a reputation for paranormal activities, and despite occasional attempts to renovate it, the house remained empty. And that reputation was exactly what drew urban explorer John to the property. In 2019, he decided to investigate the mansion alone at night. The building itself was in better condition than most abandoned places, though parts of it, like the garage, were clearly deteriorating. Inside, the halls were quiet, but only for a few minutes. Not long after entering, John began hearing noises coming from upstairs.
Okay, guys, I think I've been hearing stuff upstairs, but I'm hoping, and I mean this, I really hope that it's paranormal and not someone freaking in here.
They weren't loud at first, just faint movements, which makes you think whether you were hallucinating it or there was actually something. When he climbed the stairs to check, the noises stopped.
My keys are making noises. You're freaking somebody down there, dude. Come on, quit messing with me. I'm just trying to freaking... I'll leave.
That pattern repeated several times, almost as if something, or perhaps someone, was moving away from him. At that point, John started speaking out loud, letting anyone inside know he meant no harm. Explorers often do this when they suspect squatters might be nearby. Most of the time, people simply reveal themselves or ask the explorer to leave. This time, the response was very different. From somewhere inside the house, a man's voice suddenly shouted, "I'm gonna kill you."
This floor don't feel. Oh my god, Freelander. Hello? Is there somebody here? I'm not here to bother or rob anything. I was just here exploring. I thought it was a band.
Nghe bịp thiệt sự.
That did it.
Chắc
John
bịp rồi.
turned and ran out of the mansion, not stopping until he was safely outside. He never saw who made the threat. Whether it was a squatter protecting their space or someone deliberately trying to scare him remains unknown. But in a place like that, even a single voice in the dark is enough to make anyone run without turning back. Moxley's Paranormal World. Moxley's Paranormal World is a YouTube channel where Moxley explores the most haunted and abandoned places worldwide. This one time, he had Gino with him as he explored a country house in the UK known as Walton House. As they stepped inside, the house resembled a junkyard. There were broken electrical appliances, clothes, and furniture cluttered in. But that's not what they were here for. They were there to look for signs of paranormal activity and see if the rumors surrounding the house were actually true. However, they didn't get that chance. Right when they were about to address the unseen, they heard voices outside shouting that someone was in the house.
They said, "There's somebody in there.
We need to head up, mate."
Yeah, that's what they said then, wasn't it? So we're literally just packing stuff up so we can carry on. And we heard people from outside the house going, "There's people in there."
Before they could walk out of the house, their car was blocked by a transit van and panic set in immediately. Whoever was outside wasn't just curious, they were coming inside. As heavy footsteps echoed upstairs, loud bangs rattled through the old floors. Moxley and Gino slipped out through the backyard and into the neighbor's garden.
So we sat in the next door neighbour's garden. There was about 5 or 6 guys just went in. They had stuff in their hands, mate.
Yeah, they were tooled up.
Yeah.
There was something going on there.
So we're gonna try and get out of here somehow.
From their hiding spot, they watched a group of men entering the house carrying objects and possibly searching for the intruders. And once they were all in, the supposed intruders found their way out and rushed to their car. Through their car's window, they could see flashes inside the house. If they had only been a minute slower, the group of men could have caught them, and the situation could have ended very differently. The Death Trap. Some abandoned houses aren't just haunted by memories, they're rigged for something far worse. That became terrifyingly clear in February 2019 when a group of real estate investors went inside a vacant house for what was supposed to be a routine renovation walkthrough. With broken windows and dusty floors, the house was exactly what abandoned houses are like. But then, Ekram Oler noticed something unusual. There was a single nail sticking out of a wall. On its own, it was harmless, and anyone could have overlooked it. But tied to that nail was a thin fishing line that ran upstairs. Curious, Ekram traced it, and what he found made the air turn cold. At the top of the stairs, there was a crutch with a rusty knife taped to it, and it was deliberately set to hit anyone coming up. It was a trap designed to seriously kill or at least injure anyone who stepped upstairs. The line was the trigger, and the moment anyone applied pressure or pulled it, the blade would come crashing down. The investors didn't run immediately. Instead, they tested it carefully, and the result was disturbingly real. With one small tug, the crutch swung down with precision, and the knife sliced exactly where a head would have been. The trap worked flawlessly. And in that moment, all anyone could wonder was, who would set this up? Why? And how many other houses had similar hidden dangers waiting to catch the unsuspecting? Even after seeing it in action, the group debated whether to move forward with the renovation. The house was empty, yet someone had clearly been there, intentionally creating a death trap, and there was no guarantee they wouldn't be coming back with an even deadlier trap. Explorers get attacked. Sometimes, the scariest part of exploring an abandoned place isn't what you see, it's what you hear when the camera can't see anything at all. Tim, Ben, and John were three friends who liked visiting places with strange local legends. One story of an old house kept coming up in their town. Supposedly, people gathered there for satanic rituals. So, out of curiosity, the three decided to check it out themselves. After a long walk through a narrow forest path, they finally reached the house. It sat alone among the trees, quiet, almost hidden. Getting inside wasn't difficult, and once they stepped through the doorway, they began looking around with their camera rolling. The inside felt wrong almost immediately. Graffiti covered the walls, but it wasn't the usual random tags. Some messages were violent, others were disturbing. In one room, dozens of eyes had been drawn across the walls, staring back from every direction. Still, the friends kept exploring. Eventually, they noticed a staircase leading down to the basement. The moment they started descending, a horrible smell filled the air. It was strong enough to make them gag, but again, curiosity pushed them further down.
John, you want to go? Yeah, I'll go. That smells terrible.
The basement was dark, cramped, and hard to see clearly. But from what we could gather, a couple of medium-sized dolls were hanging from the ceiling. And then everything went wrong. A loud crash echoed through the house. The camera shook as shouting broke out. In the middle of the chaos, John suddenly screamed. Something had grabbed him.
Do you hear that?
The camera never showed exactly what happened, but the sounds of struggling are clear. Tim and Ben yelled his name as they tried to get out, and moments later they rushed back upstairs and ran out of the house. They all escaped, but the experience left a lasting mark. Years later, John still refuses to talk about what happened in that basement. Whatever grabbed him that night remains a mystery. Level 6. Banana Joe's Nightclub. YouTuber Kyle and his brother set out for a typical weekend adventure, driving 2 hours to explore an old abandoned nightclub called Banana Joe's in Wilkes-Barre, Pennsylvania. The building had once been a train station, then a nightclub, and over the years it had been left to decay. On paper, it seemed like a perfect spot for urban exploration, but the longer they walked through the unstable building, the more the thrill of adventure turned into unease. As they navigated through dark, crumbling corridors, it became clear just how dangerous the place had become. Sections of the floor were missing, beams threatened to collapse, and the air was heavy with dust and decay. Every step felt riskier than the last. Then, in the back of the nightclub near the old bar, they made a horrifying discovery.
Yeah.
Right there in the
Hai
middle,
bé đang
a
tranh cãi
man
cái gì đây?
had hanged himself from the rafters above.
What?
Hanging dead in here. What the?
Alright, let's get out of here.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
I can't film that.
The body was suspended high just out of reach, and the scene was so shocking that the brothers froze, stunned by the immediate reality of death in a place they had expected to be thrilling but safe. They left quickly and called emergency services as soon as they were outside. Police and ambulances arrived, and in the following weeks, authorities followed up to document what had happened. However, none of it was made public. Abandoned house. In December 2021, a YouTuber and his partner returned to an abandoned Canadian home, a place they had explored months earlier. The house had been seized after the previous occupants were arrested for illegal growing operations, leaving behind scattered children's toys, baby gates, and the faint smell of what had once been an illicit setup. On their first visit, the explorers found the place eerie but empty. This time, something else awaited them in the darkness. As they moved through the decaying rooms, the atmosphere shifted. The dust, the smell of damp wood and mold was all the same, but there was something added to it that they couldn't quite figure out. And that's when they noticed a door that had been locked and boarded shut during their previous visit now stood open, and something about it didn't feel right. They stepped closer, calling out to see if anyone was inside. At first, all they found were shadows and forgotten objects, but then a motionless figure lying on the floor caught their eye. For a moment, neither of them could move or speak. It wasn't a prank, nor was it a mannequin. It was a person, completely still.
I got the wide angle on me just in case.
This.
That stinks.
Ew. Ew,
What
ew,
the
ew, ew.
Yo.
What? What is
Do you not see that at the very end? That's a body.
Is it?
There's a body in there. Yo.
Their first thought was to check if the person was alive, but the silence and stillness offered no answers. The explorers quickly realized the gravity of the situation. Whatever had happened in that room, they had stumbled upon it too late, but perhaps only moments after it occurred. With their hearts pounding, they backed out carefully, making sure not to touch anything or draw attention. Once outside, they called the police and waited. To this day, no public report clarifies who the person was, how long they had been there, or what exactly had happened. But for the explorers, this was one of the most unsettling experiences of their lives. The Goyani Incident. They say curiosity kills the cat. Well, in Brazil, it might have killed something more than that. In September 1987, the city of Goiânia in Brazil became the site of one of the most shocking radioactive accidents in history. Not because of a nuclear plant or natural disaster, but because of a simple, deadly curiosity. Two scavengers broke into an abandoned radiotherapy clinic called IGR and stumbled upon a cesium-137 teletherapy unit. Thinking it was valuable, they stripped it down and carried the pieces home in a wheelbarrow. What they didn't realize was that this unit contained highly radioactive material, safely stored inside a lead-lined stainless steel capsule that required specialist tools to open. At home, they managed to puncture the capsule and discovered a strange blue glow. Fascinated, they showed it to friends and family, believing it was some kind of treasure, or at least pixie dust. Over the next few days, the glowing powder was passed around, rubbed on skin, and even used like glitter. Nobody suspected the danger. The scavengers and those around them started falling ill, initially misdiagnosed as food poisoning. It wasn't until a local doctor was brought pieces of the machine that radiation poisoning was suspected. Tests confirmed what everyone had feared. The blue powder was cesium-137, and it was lethal. By the end of the incident, 4 people had died. Several suffered amputations, 20 required treatment, and over 100,000 people had to be tested for contamination. Entire homes and streets were affected. What made the Goiânia incident so terrifying isn't just the death toll, but the way it unfolded. Ordinary people unknowingly exposed the world to something invisible and deadly, and turned curiosity into catastrophe. Return to Nature Funeral Home. In October 2023, residents in the quiet town of Penrose began reporting something they could no longer ignore. For months, a foul, rotting smell had been drifting through the neighborhood. At first, people assumed it was something, maybe a dead animal, a sewage issue, or garbage left out too long. But the odor only grew stronger, and eventually neighbors contacted authorities to investigate where it was coming from. The smell led investigators to a modest funeral home called Return to Nature Funeral Home. From the outside, the building looked quiet and neglected. But the moment officials stepped inside, they realized the source of the smell was far more disturbing than anyone had imagined. Inside the facility, investigators discovered rows of plastic shelving units, and on them were human bodies. Not 1 or 2, but nearly 191 decomposing bodies were stored throughout the building. Many of them had been there for years. They weren't refrigerated or properly preserved. Instead, they had been placed inside body bags and stacked on shelves one after another. As decomposition progressed, bodily fluids seeped into the floors, soaking into the concrete. The air was so thick with the smell of decay that investigators had to repeatedly step outside just to breathe. The discovery quickly turned into a massive investigation. Authorities soon learned that the funeral home had been accepting bodies from grieving families for years, promising cremation services. Families believed their loved ones had been respectfully cremated and returned to them. But that wasn't what happened. Instead of cremating many of the bodies, the owners allegedly stored them inside the building while continuing to collect thousands of dollars in funeral service fees. Some families were even given urns containing what they believed were their loved ones' ashes. Investigators later revealed that many of those urns didn't contain human remains at all. In several cases, the so-called ashes were nothing more than powdered concrete and other materials. The funeral home owners, John Halford and Carrie Halford, were later identified as the main perpetrators, and soon they were arrested and charged with dozens of crimes, including abuse of a corpse, fraud, and theft. They now face multiple criminal cases. In fact, only last month, John pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 40 years in prison, while Carrie still awaits a sentence. As for the funeral home, it was later demolished upon court order. Level 7. Human Chop Shop. In 2014, a routine investigation turned into a nightmare for Phoenix authorities. Behind a mundane warehouse labeled as the Biological Resource Center, investigators discovered a scene that looked like something out of a horror film. Buckets of heads, arms, and legs were stacked and stored without care. Even more grotesque, a small head had been sewn onto a large torso in what agents described as a Frankenstein experiment, or more of a twisted joke by the facility's staff. Families had entrusted their loved ones to the center, hoping their bodies would advance medical research or help in scientific discoveries, but instead they were met with betrayal. The company had promised to use only the necessary parts for study and return or cremate the rest, but instead it was running a black market operation. Limbs, torsos, and even individual knees and feet were sold for hundreds or thousands of dollars without any consent forms or ethical standards. FBI agents who raided the facility were appalled to see a system that treated human remains like inventory. The horror of the discovery extended beyond the physical evidence. Imagine donating your loved one's remains with the hope of doing good, only to realize that they had been exploited by a sick, profit-driven operation. The civil lawsuits that followed described the situation as so outrageous in character and so extreme as to go beyond all possible bounds of decency. Over 30 families sought damages for the emotional and psychological trauma caused by the abuse of their loved ones' remains. The owner, Stephen Gore, eventually pleaded guilty to running an illegal enterprise and received probation, though the scandal revealed years of systemic mistreatment dating back to at least 2007. The House of Horrors. On March 25, 1987, police officers entered a row house at 3520 North Marshall Street in North Philadelphia, expecting to perform a simple search. Instead, they stepped into a crime scene that would later be described as one of the most disturbing residential discoveries in the city's history. In the basement, officers found a crude dungeon hidden beneath the house with chains bolted to ceiling beams, shackles used to restrain victims, and a deep pit dug directly into the concrete floor where, as it later turned out, women had been forced to stay for long periods of time. And most disturbing of all were 3 severely malnourished women who had been held captive for months. As investigators searched the rest of the house, the situation became even more horrifying. Human remains were discovered in the kitchen and freezer, confirming that some victims had already been killed inside the property. The house belonged to Gary Michael Heidnick, a man who had spent years building a strange and deceptive life around him. Born in 1943, Gary had a troubled upbringing marked by family instability, social isolation, and severe mental health issues. As an adult, he founded a small religious organization and amassed large sums of money by persuading followers to invest in his church. Despite appearing financially stable and outwardly functional, Gary secretly began abducting vulnerable women in 1986. He imprisoned them in the basement of his home, where they were subjected to extreme starvation and... The crimes continued for months until one of the captives, Josefina Rivera, was eventually allowed to leave the house under supervision and managed to contact authorities. Her report led police directly to the property and exposed the hidden dungeon beneath it.
We went upstairs and we had... And afterwards, I was getting dressed and he came up behind me and started choking me. And
Gary was arrested and charged with multiple counts of kidnapping and murder. After a highly publicized trial, he was convicted.
Nghĩ tí, tôi nghĩ tí. Nghĩ tí đâu mọi người. Mỏi mắt quá. Take a nap đây này. Khá là buồn ngủ. Ui. Làm được giấc hơi sâu. Ok. Ở tí tiếng suối chảy róc rách cho nó tỉnh tỉnh nè. Tìm hiểu cái duyên. Cái sketch của mình là cái đu quay nó to cỡ nào ta? Rồi là lúc quẩy hình là hình như coi quẩy bao nhiêu đây. Hình như ông quẩy cái đu quay hơi bự rồi. Wow. Cái ngựa nó cái gì đây, gương à? Cái gương rồi đó. Nó treo gương rồi nó treo khung tranh. Yeah. Còn cái nhiều thứ rồi ta. Đấy, khung tranh. Chị ổn không hả? Cuộc sống thì mới làm được giấc, không vấn đề gì. Để xíu đi hả? Chị nghĩ là chắc là chị nặng xong cái cục này xong thì chị sẽ nghĩ cái nặng xong cái cục này đã. Wow. Có bị cận không? Có. Nhưng mà tôi không thích đeo kính cho lắm, bởi vì nó có làm tôi nhìn sai màu. Có kính nhưng mà lười đeo. Nhưng hiện tại là cái kính nó nằm lăn lóc ở trên bàn á, nên không dùng. Em bỏ kính ra mù đường luôn rồi. Thế thì khó rồi. Thật ra chị nghĩ là mấy người bị cận nhiều thì do quá tập trung đọc những thứ quá nhỏ. Nghĩa là sao? Nghĩa là thay vì họ có thể đưa ra lựa chọn là đọc hay không đọc, thì không đọc được, cảm thấy không đọc được thì đừng có đọc. Nhưng mà vẫn ráng đọc được, vẫn cố gắng đọc những cái chi tiết. Ví dụ như đọc sách các kiểu á, là ngày xưa chị thấy đọc sách á, nó dễ bị cận nhất, bởi vì chữ trong sách nó rất là nhỏ, thật sự là rất nhỏ. Mọi người nói chung ngày xưa là mẹ chị, nói chung là mọi người đều khuyến khích là hãy đọc sách để có thêm tri thức này kia. Nhưng chị rất là ghét đọc sách, bởi vì chị thấy đọc sách rất là đau mắt, lúc nào cái chữ nó rất là nhỏ. Discord có thanh niên phá server. Lại bị hack ạc. Nó bị hack ạc rồi. Thằng này bị hack ạc hoài ta. Rồi, xử lý xong rồi nha. Bị hack ạc lắm mà. Chắc là free nitro. Tầm này thì có thể. Không sao, mình kênh mình kênh mình có nhiều xe, có nhiều cái cái kênh chat đâu mà xử lý nhanh mà, không có sao đâu. Mọi người đừng thử sức vận may nha. Vận may của Discord là nó chỉ tồn tại theo chủ nghĩa vô thực thôi. Bấm vô là chỉ có hy sinh cái nick mình thôi chứ không có gì thêm. Xem nào. Thị thực. Yes. Quán cà phê phổ nhất. Ủa chị, bình thường. Thật ra thì cái đó là nó khè, kiểu nó dụ được mấy thương tích thôi. Thì Quang Mai cũng nằm trong cộng đồng, cũng nằm trong danh sách đó mà. Chết check ranh con của Discord đó mà, cái gì đâu, bình thường. Wow. Trời ơi, không thể nào. Thôi khỏi, hồi cóp từng cái con ngựa thế này đúng là không cảm thấy không khoa học cho lắm. Rồi, cái này. Ok, nó không ra. Ừ. Thì đăng vô khu kinh dị nữa chứ. Rồi, nó là con boss rồi em. Nó tự mình gọi gì, mình chưa kịp cảnh báo người ta, nó tự đánh dấu bản thân là một trường hợp liên quan đến hiện tượng siêu nhiên rồi. Cũng tự hiểu bản thân là cái gì luôn mà. Tự xếp loại bản thân luôn, đỉnh thế không gì. Cũng được nha. Ok, ok. Cũng ra gì, cũng ra gì. Giờ sẽ thử ghép vải khung tranh vô cho nó ngầu. Chết rồi. No anh ơi, what's up? Này đủ ngầu chưa ta? Chốt tôi set cái camera check rồi, check va cái nữa. Này. Thêm cái chỏm. Cái chỏm trên đầu. Phố. Cho cái chỏm vào. Xong rồi dạ. Đó. Xem vô cái app của chị nó toàn cái gì AI không vậy hả? Em đang nói cái gì vậy? Em xe đi sang em xe giờ chuyển sang trêu trêu bạn hả trời? Ờ, tiền. Yêu mọi người nhỉ. Thì phết. Đây là buổi stream đến đây kết thúc được rồi. Thành ra là tôi hơi mệt nên là tôi sẽ đi bộ rồi mọi người ạ. Cảm ơn mọi người đã đến. Stream đến đây kết thúc nha. Bữa sau mọi người hãy đến tiếp nhé. Xin cảm ơn mọi người, xin cảm ơn. Gặp lại. Tôi đi bộ tí đã, mỗi lần qua